建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，恪守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, and I'm with you always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars. Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family. Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫路灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係水秀，除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋背後咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物夥伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家大屋啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦，咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門3大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧已經有供奉媽祖嘅廟。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源。為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars. Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family. Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣啊。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀，除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋背後咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。何公圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前。鄭家大屋啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家行四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門3大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧已經有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars. Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family. Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
道環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋背後咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家大屋啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門3大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧已經有供奉媽祖嘅廟。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars. Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family. Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，等佢開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋睇下一則新聞，喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。何公圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家棟啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四讚，但係建築物啦被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧遠有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值。澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, and I'm with you always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
You just proved that for us because he's on the fastest and now below
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
道環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，等佢開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭，心仔，何公圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前。鄭家島啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物啦被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧已經有供奉媽祖嘅廟。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Banana, you just proved that for us because he's up the path. Stand now to note
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫路灣啊。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，等佢開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家島啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值。
Well, good morning everybody and welcome to the official coverage of the 2026 Macao Match Cup, the opening round of the 2026 World Match Racing Tour. We're here today in the beautiful city of Macao where 12 teams representing 7 nations will be all vying to win the title of Macao Match Cup champion, as well as a prize purse of $100,000. We're just about to head out on the racetrack for Flight 1 and Race 1 here for the qualifying stage. Over the next 5 days, we will see the 12 teams battle through a round-robin stage before moving into the quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals. Right now, here are live images from the race committee vessel where we've got a nice building easterly breeze between 5 and 7 knots. And into the starting sequence for race 1, we have Piroz from France up against Australia's Zach West in match 1. So with today, we are racing on the Zhujiang River, the outer harbour of Macau. And in these light breezes, the crews of 4 or 5 will be using the Far East 28 yachts here. We've got 6 of them for the week. And over today, we'll be hoping to complete the first 8 races of qualifying. So right now, it's only a very light 5 to 6 knots on the racetrack. We've had a slight delay here. We've just gone past 11:15 local time. And here you can see the onboard images from both Piroz on the left representing France and Zach West in the trailing boat here, yellow, as we move into the final stages of match 1's pre-start. So here you can see Piroz, he's leading Zach West away from the starting zone at the moment. Piroz representing France and Zach West from Australia, both around the same age with being 27 and 24 years old. Quite new to the World Match Racing Tour. Zach last year competed in a number of the events, with Piroz now in his second full season on the tour. So in the next 2 minutes, or next 20 seconds or so, we're going to see them make their lead back towards the start line. So Piroz has now jibed, with West going to be heading in to the start box. Okay, so here you can see we've got Macau off to the left and right here. We're racing between the 2 bridges on Zhujiang River. So West electing to lead in here with 1 minute 45 to go. At the moment, this easterly breeze is meant to shift around to the south, so we're probably looking for both teams to be winning the right-hand side. With 1:30 to go, we've got Piroz pushing quite hard here. Zach very eager to be winning this left-hand side of the starting zone early on in this pre-start. So here Piroz is still trying to push Zach down the starting line here. We're getting close to the race committee lay line here. You can see it just popping into screen in your top left-hand corner here. Piroz probably just on lay line there. I don't think Zach would be able to shut him out from here, but he's going for one more push with 50 seconds to go. They're probably a good 20 seconds off this line. So at the moment, Zach is doing a very good job of keeping the game close. Piroz here hoping to get the overlap. It's very close here. The umpire's keeping their close eye on it. 35 to go here. Peroz will need to continue to push Zach here. Zach will be looking for that port ley line back to the committee boat if he needs it. And now Peroz bailing out here, thinks he's going to lay the committee boat end on port with 20 seconds to go. Okay, so race one, we will see a split off the start line with Peroz heading out to the left and Zach West on the right-hand side here with the final 8 seconds to go. It's going to be a last-minute attack for Zach off the committee boat here. Okay, the gun goes, an early lead to Zach West from Australia here. Peroz, you can see, just off the pin end. And so with this racetrack at the moment, only 5 or 6 knots of breeze from the east. As we said, throughout the day, we think this breeze will trend right. So at the moment, early advantage to Zach West, but we'll see as they come up to the first cross. Okay, on screen now, Peroz here, all hiking down to leeward here. So breeze is slightly building to 7 to 8 knots here. Great conditions off Macao City here for day one of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. Okay, so here comes Peroz here for the first intersection. It looks like it's going to be pretty tight. I would imagine here we see Peroz going for the early dip, so out on this port ley line very close to the top of the course already. We'll have Zach West here going in for a lee bow as we leave that action and move into match 2, where we have Cole Tapper, the number 1 seed in the blue boat here, up against Christian Prendergast from the United States of America. So both skippers and teams here very young, 23 for Tapper and 21 for Christian. Cole Tapper, obviously the 2024 Youth Match Racing World Champion. Christian here has been doing the last few World Match Racing Tour events, but has a very experienced team on board. A lot of New Zealand and Kiwis joining him here for this week here in Macau. So we've got the initial dial up here. Both boats doing a very good job of staying head to wind. As we tick over to just under 3 minutes to go in the starting sequence, we expect both boats now to be bailing out on port and probably looking to be winning that left-hand side. So Tapper here in quite a strong position, trailing Christian with only half a boat length between them as they head out below the committee boat. Okay, so both boats going across the top of it here. But Christian under the pump early on in this pre-start against Tapper and his team from Australia. So Tapper here just looking to block the Americans' jibe as they head back towards or away from the start line at the moment here. Both boats will be looking very shortly to take that lead back time. We're on board with the Americans right now, where they don't really have too many options. He's got to open this gauge up to Tapper to safely get this tackle or jibe in. Tapper, I'm sure, will be looking to lead them back to the starting line. And here goes the Americans and the Australians going inside. So with under 2 minutes to go to this start, Tapper got the early position correct here. So he's got to make sure he doesn't go too deep here and get rolled by Christian. But the Australians doing a good job early on here, leading the Americans back into the starting line with just over a minute to go to race number 2. So again here, fishtailing going on, both boats trying to work their way back towards the race committee. As we've got live shots now from on board the race committee boat. We've got 1 minute to go here. And a beautiful building easterly breeze here now, 6-7 knots. But Tapper again still doing a good job here of killing time back towards the starting line with just over 45 seconds to go. So Christian here up to windward, looking just to build the gauge off Tapper. We'll have to work out where exactly they are on ley line. So both boats here will get a start in. So Tapper at the moment may be slightly late for this start. The Americans well up to windward here. And it looks like we'll have both boats starting on starboard tack and heading out to that left-hand side, just as we saw in match 1. So the Americans doing quite a good job here of speed building and being on the line here. Tapper will be off to leeward and slightly behind. So the Australians not doing a great job of closing that gauge in that last part of the pre-start here. However, with the breeze at the moment currently sitting at 80 degrees out from the east, he will affect the Americans, who will tack off immediately, and both boats will now split as we head up the racetrack with 6 to 7 knots of breeze. So one key factor of the racetrack here, there is a slight tide running across the course from the top to the bottom here. So as the boats track out to that right hand side, they will find a little more tide as they head upwind here. So here you can see with the over graphics, Tapper now just tacking back onto port out on that left hand side. Both boats still looking pretty even as they head halfway up the beat for their first race of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. Okay, we're now moving into match 3 of flight 1. We have Tom Pico representing Australia on the blue entry and left hand side. He's up against the 2022 world champion Nick Eggnog Johnson from New Zealand. And just as we saw there, the race committee is signalling a right-hand shift. So these boats will be heading to their green top mark. So a small indication that that right side, or that southerly breeze that we are expecting throughout the day, is trickling in, as both boats now sit head to wind. Nice flat water here in Macao. It is quite shallow, so the Far East 28 yachts that we do have here have a reduced keel, meaning that they do slip sideways a lot more than what they usually do. So the Kiwis on the right hand side here will just be looking to keep that gauge open. If there's any risk, the New Zealanders will bail out here on port tack. But Tom Pico doing a great job here of just slowly closing the gauge. Okay, both boats now bailing out on port, and we'll see who gets the better speed build here. But again, in these light breezes, the boats are building at about a true wind angle of about 60 degrees, so we'll see them both go across the top of the committee boat. You can see there the Charlie flag and green signalling a right-hand shift for match number 3 off the race committee vessel. So the New Zealanders will lead out away from the starting boat here. They do have enough distance to safely get a jibe in here. But as we've seen in the first 2 pre-starts, there hasn't been a lot of action here. By the time they do get out of the dial-up, they are almost on their final approach as they go across the top of the committee boat. So Nick Eggnog Johnson deciding here to lead back early, and Pico's not choosing it. So both boats here looking like they both want the right-hand side. Pico happy to trail in here. So he will now look to drag the game back up towards the start line. EJ quite slow at the moment, so Pico could choose to roll him here. So depending on how much time we've got to go, which is just, I think we're just approaching 1 minute to go here. And you can hear the signal in the background, so 1 minute to go to the pre-start. And Pico choosing to now lead over EJ. So the Australian team looking just to slow the Kiwis down on the final approach here. The race committee just coming in the background, so they're going to start halfway down the line here. They're actually quite thin on this lay line for the pin, so Pico very much early for the line at the moment with 30 seconds to go. EJ just up to windward. There is not a lot of gauge between the boats, so I'd expect EJ to be bailing out and starting on port tack here. Pico definitely will be off the pin with 15 seconds to go. And the New Zealanders now electing to go back to the committee boat end. So we'll have a split tack start for the final match in flight number 1. We've got Tom Pico just off left on starboard tack, whilst Nick Egnott-Johnson and the Kiwis get the early jump at the committee boat end, heading out to the right-hand side. So as we track these guys upwind, match 1 is just coming into frame and will be coming down to their finish for flight number 1. We'll try and get an update for you on who will be crossing first. But at the moment here, bringing you live shots from both on board. Tom Pico out on the left-hand side against Nick Egnott-Johnson from New Zealand. So a fairly short racetrack here. We can see match 1 finishing within about 10 minutes of their start, just over. So the race committee here still hoping that the breeze will build, but we've got about 6 knots at the moment from the east. The forecast is looking good for better breeze this afternoon as it tracks around to the right. And as we can see from the overlay graphic here, we've got Nick Egnott-Johnson live shots from on board his boat here now, approaching that starboard ley line. So the first intersection for match number 3 will be coming up. We did have a Charlie, a green at the start there. So a small right-hand shift at the top of the course for the race committee. That should favour Nick Egnott-Johnson here as the boats come back together. And you can see here match 2 just at the bottom graphic there at the bottom gate. So between Tapper and Prendergast, it's a very close racing here. Looks like someone almost did a penalty turn at the bottom. And the first intersection here will go to Nick Egnott-Johnson. So Pico electing to duck him here. Johnston going straight back. And a very close second intersection there. Both boats were altering the entire time. So we will see a Y flag here from Tom Pico, but the umpire is following him right behind you. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a green flag. But EJ happy to continue to push him out to that starboard ley line. So you can see in the top of your screen now the green marker. That's where both boats will be travelling to. But a nice little extension here from Nick EJ. From New Zealand, the Kiwis will lead the Australians into Mark 1 here. And EJ now going for attack on ley line into the top mark. He'll be leading by about 3 lengths over Tom Pico from Australia. Okay, not the cleanest set by EJ at the moment. It is only race 1 of the regatta, so a lot of the crews might be scrappy today, but by the end of the week, the sets and crew handling should be top notch. But he'll be looking to speed build here as they exit the mark. They've got about a 12-second lead over Tom Pico at the moment from Australia. Okay, so both boats here going for the early jibe. We're using the asymmetrical spinnakers this week, so that should favour the trailing boat. Even with about a 4-length lead, he almost should have been able to get on top of EJ's gas, but as you can see in the background here, we do have match 2 just going between the two boats there. So that's Christian Prendergast from the United States. But in our feature match here, match 3 of Flight 1, we have Nick Egnod-Johnson representing the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. He currently leads Tom Pico from Australia. There's about a 4-length lead to the Kiwis at the moment as we get halfway through the first races of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. So the Kiwis now approaching the gate hand marker, electing to do a left-hand turn and head up the left-hand side of the racetrack. So interesting call by the Kiwis there. Looks like both boats are actually both going to take this left-hand mark. So there must be a small bias to this left-hand turn. Currently seeing the breeze at 070, so it is slight lefties at the bottom. We were up to about 90 degrees when we got towards the top of the course. But the Kiwis here with a pretty comfortable lead over the Australians as they head back up to the green mark for leg number 3 of 4 in Flight 1 of the Macao Match Cup 2026. So for everyone following at home as well, we do have live results through matchracing.com. So if you are looking for the live results and overall tally for the teams, that's where you should be heading. But at the moment we are following match number 3, onboard shots there of Nick Egnod-Johnson, who currently leads over Tom Pico from Australia. Both boats now halfway up the second beat. And it looks like the Kiwis will take out the early race against the Australians. So Tom Pico now heading out to that right-hand side. It did give a slight benefit in the first upwind to the New Zealanders, so I wouldn't be surprised for the Kiwis to come back and match them pretty closely here. They're trailing by about 4 lengths at the moment, but it is still very light here. So Tom Pico, he's actually made quite a good gain out this right-hand side. So Nick Egnod-Johnson is on lay line for the green marker here, but Tom Pico has come straight back into this race here. Both boats will be overlapped as they head into the top mark. So the question will be, can EJ squeeze around the bow here? The rules are with Tom Pico, who has to tack at the mark. And Tom Pico will be able to get his bow in here, but he will be forced to tack. And we'd expect the game to be slowed up here. He'll be looking to try and get a small jump on EJ, but he is bearing away to go for a hoist. So the New Zealanders should be able to get straight on his gas and roll him here. But Tom Pico doing a very good job of getting back into this match after trailing at Mark 2 by about 15 seconds. You can see Tom looking over his left-hand shoulder on the Kiwis. Another bad set by them. They've got a terrible whiny in their spinnaker at the moment, so that will slow them down. And Tom Pico, after trailing for the first 2 opening legs, has now taken the lead as we head down to the finish line. And by my eye at the moment, Pico just generally sailing a little bit too slow and low at the moment. But he will be positioning himself for that first jibe. And Nick Egnod-Johnson here now going for the attack. So he's jibing. He's matched by Tom Pico. So both boats now about halfway down the final leg of race number 1. The Australians, after trailing off the start line and around the first lap of the course, now find themselves with about a 4-length lead over the Kiwis. New Zealand not having a great set, which was able to give the advantage to Pico to sail away here. And you can see the team now quite far forward in the boat. We've still got 6 to 7 knots from the east here. But the Australians in full concentration as they head down in the final quarter of their final leg here. EJ going for a bit of an attack here. He is high on their hip. He shouldn't get onto their breeze. And as you can see, they're just sailing through the gate now. So less than 100 metres to go to the finish line. EJ is closing here. He has had a good final downwind leg. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough. So the early wins have gone to Piroz from France over Zach West in match number 1. Christian Prendergrass beat Cole Tapper in match number 2, and Tom Pico has come from behind in match number 3 to take the win over Nick Egnott Johnson. Is the end of flight number 1 here at the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We'll come back in about 5 minutes time for flight number 2.
為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展，此前文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力。落力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Benani has just proved that for us because he got the pass. That now to Notion.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫 Kuala灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋背後咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
Okay, welcome back here to flight number 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. In match number 1, we have a Australian derby. We've got Zach West entering in from the port end against Cole Tapper, the number 1 seed here, entering from the yellow side. Both teams this morning have had early losses. Tapper unfortunately lost race 1 to Prendergast from the United States, while Zach West lost to Perroz from France in flight number 1. We're just about to head back out to the racetrack where we've got 5 to 7 knots from the east. That is expected to build this afternoon and shift around to the right hand side for the rest of racing today. So we have just under 4 minutes to go for the second race here. So they've just come into the start box here, Tapper on the right hand side. Both boats will go into the dial up here. So early on in the racing so far, the right hand side of the racetrack has been paying. So I'd expect both boats here to be holding the dial up for as long as possible. West doing quite a good job here of closing the gauge between the two boats, so Tapper will be forced to bail out of here very shortly. So as you can see, quite flat waters here off Macau. We're in the outer harbour here for day 1 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup, the opening round of the 2026 World Match Racing Tour. And so both teams here, they know each other very well. They're both from Sydney, Australia. Tapper, the 2024 Youth Match Racing World Champion. So both boats now exiting the dial-up stage with just over 2.5 minutes to go. Zach West to windward here. He will have to keep off Tapper as they head out on port tack above the committee boat. So West here got quite a lot on with only 2 minutes to go. He'll be looking to roll across the top of Tapper, but at the moment, Tapper in the box position here. He will be able to block Zach West from returning to the start line. But you can see now in the light as West rolling Tapper. So 150 to go. West is going to continue to bear away on top of him here. Try to get the jibe in here. Not quite going to get that. But expect to see a Y flag here from Tapper. So very marginal from West early on in this pre-start. However, he will get out of this and be able to head back to the start line. So Tapper here just holding. Interesting to see what the call will be from the umpires. I can't see any flags at the moment. But a blue flag now showing for Zach West. So early penalty for Zach West from Australia here. He tried to get that jibe in but did not have the distance. So now both boats on their final approach back into the pre-start area with 1 minute to go. So West will be looking to drive down this start line. He will be starting on the left-hand side of Tapper at the moment, but he does have that early penalty from the pre-start there where he wasn't able to get the jibe in. So 45 seconds to go. You can see from the graphic here, both boats below the committee boat lay line. Tapper just up to windward here. So 30 seconds to go. Zach West won't be able to shut him out, but he will have that controlling position of being able to speed build more than what Tapper will be to windward. So 20 seconds to go here, expecting both boats to be going bow down. Both bowmen up there calling their skippers in for the pre-start here. So both boats late. And Zach West will get the better start over Tapper, but he will be carrying that penalty throughout the pre-start, throughout the race here. So Tapper just up to windward. He won't be able to live. Surprised he's held on for that long already, but Tapper now escaping out onto port tack. Zach West, also from Australia, heading left early on in flight number 2. So as we leave match 1, match 2 here, we have Nick Egnott-Johnson from New Zealand entering in from the left-hand or blue end of the start line. He's up against the United States of America's Christian Prendergast, entering in on starboard at the committee boat end. And for race number 2, both boats now entering, we can see a Charlie green flag. So both boats will be heading to the right-hand top mark. So the race committee signalling a small right-hand shift. At the moment, we're seeing the breeze anywhere between 70 and 90 degrees. So there is some quite big wind shifts out here at the moment. We've only got about 5 or 6 knots on the racetrack. That is expected to build throughout the afternoon and slowly trend right. So Prendergast here in the yellow boat against Nick Egnott-Johnson, the 2022 world champion from New Zealand, in the blue boat. And so both these teams know each other quite well. We've got Sam Gilmore, Graham Spence and Connor Marshland sailing for the USA this week. They're a mixture of Australian and Kiwis on board that USA boat, with Nick Egnott-Johnson being crewed by Sam Barnett, Zach Merton and Chris Main. So that's his usual team for the last couple of years. And you can see now the Americans bailing out of the dial-up. We have 2 minutes 35 to go in this pre-start. So Nick Egnott-Johnson will trail them out to the committee boat side here. Again, EJ in a very good position at the moment to be blocking the tack and jibe of the Americans. But as we head across the top of the committee boat, the Americans should be able to get a jump away here and hopefully get the jibe in. So the breeze at the moment, we've got quite a big right-hand shift. It's gone about 20 degrees out to the right-hand side. It is flicking backwards and forwards, so there's plenty of gains on the racetrack. We did see in flight number 1, match 4, Tom Pico came from about a 5-length loss around the first lap to overtake and beat Nick Egnott-Johnson. Prendergast got the early jump in match number 1, or flight 1, sorry, against Cole Tapper. And with 1:35 to go, Nick Egnott-Johnson elects to go inside here and lead back towards the starting line. So the Americans got a little bit of work to do here. So well above the committee boat ley line here, the Americans in a little bit of trouble with only 1:15 to go. The New Zealanders will be looking to slow the boat down and slow the game down as they keep the game above the starboard ley line. So at the moment here, Christian doesn't want to get locked to windward. He's doing a very good job of keeping no overlap at the moment as we go into 55 seconds to go. So the New Zealanders leading into the starting area. We're just below the committee boat ley line now. So both boats will get a start in. And the Kiwis judging that swing to perfection here at the moment. Not much the Americans can do. But 25 seconds to go. Christian will be looking for that committee boat ley line to try and bail out of here. And we can see him going for the early tack. So both boats now on port. They both will get a start in here. EJ is going to have the upper hand off the starting line. And in race number 2, it is the Kiwis who have a great start over the Americans. Nick Egnott-Johnson in the blue boat here against Christian Prendergast from the United States in the yellow boat. So Prendergast got no option here but to go back out, and he's dummy tacked EJ. The Kiwis have not fallen for it though. So that again will be a slight gain to the New Zealanders. But the Kiwis will be very mindful of the leverage that they allowed in in flight 1, which saw the Australians come from behind and beat them. We are now seeing match number 3 get into the starting box, and we have the two Frenchies up against one another, with Tom Pico entering in from the blue end and Piroz entering in from the yellow end. So we're into the dial up here. Piroz out on the right hand side here with the yellow flag off the back of his boat. He is up against Tom Pico. He is a French-Australian representing Australia this week, but with an all-French crew on board. So both these teams got an early jump in race number 1, and both have 1 point on the board so far. And at the moment, the gauge between the boats, I wouldn't be surprised for Pico here to try and get behind Piroz. And just as we say that, both boats bailing out onto port with just under 3 minutes to go for the start of race number 3. So with 5 to 6 knots on the racetrack here, it is still very light wind conditions here in Macau. I'd expect both boats to be trying to lead in these light airs. We have seen a slight favour to the right hand side upwind, But at the moment, the breeze has tracked round to that left, the race committee going back to the default top mark in the middle. And Perez here at the moment looking to see if he can get that jibe in. With only 2 minutes to go, we'd be expecting a bit of action in the next 15 seconds or so. Pico in a very good position here to control him away from the starting box. And Perez flicking the jibe in there, so Pico electing to go past him here with only 1:45 to go. We are well above the committee boat end. Quite surprised to see Pico go past him here. And as both boats turn back upwind here, we're about 3 lengths above the committee boat ley line with only 1 minute 30 to go. So Pico will drive in fast here to try and push Perez down the start line. Great overhead shots here from our drone. Okay, well, only 1 minute to go now, so Pico will be looking for that starboard ley line into the committee boat. He'll need to push Perez a little bit further down this starting line to have any chance of a good start. Perez doing a very good job of keeping the distance between the boats to a minimum. And with 40 seconds to go, Perez in the controlling position at the moment. So both boats will get a start in here. You can see we're just below the committee boat, laying about halfway down the line. So Pico will be building up here, looking to tack off onto port, and I expect we'll see a split tack start. The French here nailing this pin end of the line. So Pico holding on here, surprised he hasn't tacked off yet. He must think that Perez will be tied on this pin ley line, but I think he's going to squeeze around there with no problems. And Perez absolutely nailing that ley line. He will be slow though. So early advantage to the French. But it will be all about this speed build on port as both boats now head upwind on starboard tack. Pico doing a very good job out of that tack to get his boat up to speed. And you can see here from our shots here, Pico's team hiking slightly harder than the Frenchies at the moment. So maybe slightly more breeze on this right hand side. And we can see with that graphic there, that left hand gate marker just slightly upwind. So Tom Pico from Australia doing a very good job here down to leeward. He's closing this gauge up to the French as we head out to this right hand side, and the French now being affected too much and will have to bail out. So after an early advantage off the start line to the French, it's the Australians who have clawed back up here. And we see our first split in race number 3 of Flight 2 here at the 2026 Macao Match Cup. So onboard shots here from the Australian French team. Tom Pico representing Australia, but he's got his French crewman on board. And here we've got Perez coming back now. Not too comfortable with too much leverage in this race. And Tom Pico has the early advantage here. He's going to be out to about a 3-length lead at the first intersection. So very flat water here, not a lot of pitching between the boats. But the first intersection does go to Tom Pico here. And both boats will split away as we head up to Mark 1 in their first leg of race number 3, flight 2. So great graphics here that we can see Tom Pico now out to that right hand side. He's probably only got one more tack out to that ley line. You can see just coming into the top of the screen the yellow marker. That is where match 3 is going to. So Perez doing a very good job of keeping the game in the middle of the racetrack. And Perez coming straight back here. So the top right still favouring both boats. Interesting to see now Tom Pico's got a very hard decision to make. Does he go through to the ley line and have a faster set and maybe give away that right hand advantage? Or does he go back out? And he's decided to go through here. So this small split in flight 1 against the Kiwis opened the game for Pico to get back into it. I think this time he's going to get away with it. So Perez here coming in on the starboard ley line. And Tom Pico just coming into frame here. So he will have the early lead. So Tom Pico will lead at mark number 1. And in the background there you can see match 2. We have Nick Egnott-Johnson currently leading Christian Prendergast. So EJ's got quite a good lead over the Americans at the moment. We're here with match 3 where Tom Pico leads Perez from France. They're only on their first downwind leg here. So that is the white spinnaker of Pico against the blue spinnaker here of Perez. And as we just mentioned in match number 2, Nick Egnott-Johnson has a sizable lead at the moment over Christian Prendergast from the United States. So a very close match 3 here. The Australians out with the lead. Pico goes for the jibe, Perez matching him here. So it'll be who can out-jibe each other. Perez will be looking to try and get on Pico's gas as they head downwind into the gate. And Perez there coming out quite low, so I'd expect him to be on the gas of Pico here. We're looking for a lead change here in race number 3. Both boats here travelling at about 6 knots. So Pico coming up quite aggressively against the French. And you can see here Perez has gone for the roll. So he's stolen the breeze from the Australians and rolled round his bow. Can now the Australians get back up to speed and block that jibe? So still very light winds here. We've got 6-7 knots on the racetrack. As both boats now go for a jibe again. Pico now with the advantage position of stealing Perez's air. You can see the gate marker just coming into screen over our right hand shoulders here. And just going through is Nick EJ in match number 2. So match number 3 here, very tight here. Perez luffing the Australians away from the gate marker. The Australians will need to keep clear. Both jibs are up. They're almost in the zone here for the left-hand turn. And Pico looking to roll Perez here. So we've gone outside the gate marker. Both boats will need to jibe back in there. And Pico's done a lovely job of getting that spinnaker down. He's kept the overlap here. And he'll force Perez back up head to wind. Potentially even trying to tack him out away from this mark. It's a green flag from the umpires. So it's been a very spicy downwind leg, even though we've only got 6 knots here for match 3. And we've got that left-hand turn just coming into frame, so Pico should jibe out and around it. Be interesting to see if Perez follows, so he does. So Tom Pico, after leading at mark number 1, he had a slight loss on the downwinds, but has regained his lead coming into the gate. Perez now luffing Pico around the bottom mark. And another green flag from the umpires. So Perez looks like he's got himself back in front here. He's heading out on port tack to that favoured right-hand side. And just with a faster rounding there, has pushed Pico into an early tack out to the less favoured left-hand side of the racetrack here. We're getting some beautiful shots from the air. And we're just getting the results in from matches 1 and 2 of Flight 2, and we've seen Zach West take the race win over Cole Tapper. So that puts West on the board with 1 win. Tapper yet to win a race out of his first 2 this morning. Enough opening for the Australians. And in match 2, Nick Egnock Johnson has got his first win as well for the regatta. He has beaten Christian Prendergast from the United States. As we rejoin match number 3 here. So Pico coming in for a lead bow against Perez. And the French have gone straight back out here. So a very close match between these two. And we see a small split in the racetrack at the moment. So very light winds here in Macau at the moment out of the east. That is expected to build throughout the day and slowly shift around to the south. But at the moment we've got an easterly here, racing on the outer harbour here in Macau. And it is Tom Pico on the left-hand side, just tacking onto port tack. And we've got Perez from France now tacking onto starboard, both teams making their way to the final top mark in their race. And it looks like Pico may have taken a small advantage out of this left-hand side, so very light on the racetrack here. They are heading to that yellow marker there. It will be a right-hand turn for both boats as they head downwind for the final time. And Tom Pico, who has led at all the turning marks so far, he will again only just though. But he does have to squeeze around the top mark, so he will be slightly slower. Perez now coming in for the tack. So it will be basically even for these both teams as they head downwind. Small bit of tide pushing both boats into the mark and downwind here. Okay, good set from both boats here. Slightly better from the French. Tom Pico doing a pretty good job of getting himself down below Perez's line. That was his mistake in the first downwind leg. Perez looking just to get his boat straight back up to speed here, and I expect both boats will be jibing at the same time. Perez will be in the advantage position there trying to get on his gas. So only a length between these two teams. And Pico sailing deliberately low here, so he's putting himself in position for a good jibe out here and staying on his gas. The problem will be his boat speed. So Perez electing to go for that early jibe. It's not the cleanest of jibes so far on the French team. But Pico electing to stay on port tack. He will be down in that right-hand side of the racetrack here. As he just goes for a jibe now, the French will continue on slightly here. So 5 to 6 knots of the racetrack here. Both teams will be looking to minimise the manoeuvres they are doing. You can see down the bottom here in our graphics, they've got about 5 knots of boat speed. And just to recap for everybody, for the results for Flight 2, we had Zach West claim victory over Cole Tapper in Match 1. And in Match 2, we had the Kiwis of Nick Egnock Johnson take out the win over Christian Prendergast from the United States. Here in Match 3, it looks like we could have a small upset here again. Tom Pico has led for the entire race, but Peroz here are doing a very good job on the downwinds. So we've only got about 100 metres left to the finish line. Peroz here will be slightly underlaid into the finish line. He's looking to go deeper. So Pico happy to sail a little bit bow up and faster into the finish line here. The question will be, can Peroz lay? So Pico at the moment laying through to the finish line. Peroz going for a final jibe. Pico looks like he's just going to hold on, but it could be the angle here coming into the finish line. Peroz doing a last minute dip here. And I think that one's going to be too close to call. Peroz gets the victory. So Peroz comes from behind for a second time. Both downwinds showing better speed. And he will take the victory in race number 3 of Flight 2 here at the 2026 Macao Match Cup. So the race committee boat here will just set up for flight number 3. Breeze again still out of the east here, only 5 to 6 knots, but we'll take a short break here and come back with all the action from day 1 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup in a short time.
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客由澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
八甲巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
南南到，深仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家鬥啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物啦被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於16 年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多65世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已經有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦！好啊！
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400。
Okay, we're back here for flight number 3 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We've got 5 or 6 knots on the racetrack from the east. And heading into the start box for match number 1, we have Christian Prendergast from the United States entering in from the port end, and he's up against Zach West from Australia entering in from the committee boat side of the starting line. So far this morning we've seen both sides of the racetrack winning. We are meant to see slight right hand shifts throughout the day as this breeze builds and heads to the south. And both these teams so far have got 1 win on the board. Zach West defeating Cole Tapper in the last race, and Christian Pendergrast getting his early win also against Tapper in flight number 1. So both boats here sitting head to wind. As you can see, very flat waters here in the outer harbours of Macau. So Prendergast will try and get behind West here. West just acknowledging that Prendergast is in a vulnerable position. He's going to try and go and attack him here. So has Prendergast put himself onto port here? Both boats getting very close. West displays the yellow flag, so the umpires here will have to answer. So no contact between the boats, but the question will be, did Prendergast get himself onto port? West now jibing behind his stern, and Prendergast still very slow here head to wind. Another Y flag from West, so he's going in strong for this race here. Boats getting very close there. And yet another Y flag from the Australians, and it's been green flagged from the umpires, so no infringement so far by the Americans. But the Aussies are doing rings around him so far. And West now jibing across his bow, 150 to go. So both boats still in the middle of the start line here. So Prendergast has got a lot to do. He's only just going to get out of this. But West, I'd like to see him coming back here. He's got a good speed advantage. Prendergast is very slow. And West doing exactly that. So he's going to come back for another redial here. Oh, he's basically stopped the boat there. Oh, Prendergast is going to get away with murder. Zach West is turning the boat a little too fast, so you can see his rudder fully over. And Prendergast now just going to be up to speed. Still only 1:05 to go, so the Australians have let him off the hook here. And with 55 seconds to go, Prendergast does get his jibe in. Zach West going up to windward here, so we are just above the committee boat lay line, so West now with a bit to do. 40 seconds to go. The Americans now in the box seat. Both boats will get a start in here. So Zach West, after controlling a lot of the pre-start, he just wiped off too much speed in that last engagement. But he's pushing the Americans down this start line as much as he can. I'd expect a split tack start from the Australians. And the bowman on Zach West's boat just saying to slow down slightly here. Again, interesting tactic for him to say that he's going to stay up to windward. He won't live there for long. And West early onto port and out of there as the Americans build on starboard out to that left-hand side. So very important for the teams to get themselves back up to speed here. It's a very shallow harbour here in Macau. And the Far East 28 yachts, we do have a reduced keel length on them just to cater for the depth. So heavily important for the crews to get the boat back up to speed and get that keel working. And West now staying on port, having another look at the jib. And we will leave that match as we head to match number 2. And it is the French team of Piroz who will enter from the committee boat end here, just coming across our race committee vessel. And he's up against Nick Egnott Johnson, the 2022 world champion from New Zealand. So both these teams at the moment, Piroz has 2 wins at the moment. EJ got a win on the board in that final race. But both boats now in the dial-up. Pretty good gauge between the boats here at the moment, so real no pressure from EJ, but Piroz here getting the boat onto port, so I expect to see him bail out here shortly. He will look to try and take that speed advantage as the Kiwis back their main to get out of there, so we're out of the dial-up stage. Both boats now on port tack. They will head past the committee boat, and it expects some action with a jibe, probably about 2 minutes to go. And it'll be interesting to see whether EJ decides to lead or trail in. It's been a bit of a mix of what teams have been wanting so far. This easterly breeze giving plenty of opportunity on the racetrack to all competitors. So 2:20 to go. There is a decision to be made here from Piroz when he wants to go back. I expect it in the next 10 seconds or so. And EJ just looking behind him here. So he looks like he's happy to go inside him. Oh, he's going to go actually on the other side. So Piroz will lead into the starting area. So the Kiwis wanting this right-hand side early on. Piroz will be keeping an eye on that committee boat lay line, trying to keep the game above it. A lot of gauge between the boats here at the moment, so for the New Zealanders, they will need to push them down the start line if that race committee lay line is advantaging the French. And with 1:20 to go, It's still the Kiwis fighting for this right-hand side. You can see EJ here bringing his bow really down. He doesn't want to get the boats close whatsoever. So that's a key indication that he wants this right-hand end. And with 1 minute to go, so both boats by my eye are inside the lay line now. So Peroz, his only concern will be the pin. So he won't be able to shut him out from here. But EJ and the Kiwis still really wanting this right-hand end of the start line. 30 seconds to go, so Peroz will control the speed build. And 20 seconds to go, so we could see a split tack start here. The Kiwis moving further forward off the start line here, so EJ will tack onto port, and here he goes. So race number 2, we have a split tack start. The Kiwis really wanting this right-hand end. And Peroz will be off the pin end as he just shoots around it. So early advantage here to the Kiwis. Slightly faster off that committee boat end. You can see him doing about 5.4 knots. Peroz having to go bow down here and just speed build again. As we said, with a reduced keel here, the boats do tend to slip sideways when they are below that 4 knots, 3.5 knot boat speed. But a huge split here in race number 2, so there will be a winner and loser. But the Kiwis very happy to head out to the right-hand side. The French are the first to blink and have tacked onto port. And you can see here very light conditions on the racetrack. We have match 1 halfway down their first downwind leg. And match number 3, we have Tom Pico from Australia here entering in the red boat. And he is up against Cole Tapper, also from Australia, who entered from the pin end in the blue boat. So Tapper yet to get on the board here, whilst Tom Pico came from behind in race 1 against Nick EJ to get a race win. So both boats now head to win. Tom Pico in the red boat here against Cole Tapper in the blue boat. Pico's moved slightly, probably too far forward in this dial-up. So as you can see there, he's just slowly starting to back the main here. But still very light conditions. The boats can glide for a long time. And Pico now back in the main still. He doesn't want Tapper to be able to get behind him. But Tapper has managed to get onto port here. Few waves from the umpire boat, so that will slightly affect Tapper's speed build. But Tapper has managed to get out of the dial up here. Tom Pico moving too far forward. And Tapper now speed building on port across the top of the committee boat. Tom Pico still very slow here. Be interesting to see if Tapper comes back at him. I would say in these light airs he'll be looking for placement rather than penalty. But Tom Pico trying to build across the top of the committee boat. 1:55 to go here. Tapper jibes round. So Tom Pico is going to look to tack in front of Tapper. Race committee vessel will be a bit of a pick for both boats to choose where they want to go. And again, Tapper happy to get him head to wind and slow here. 1:35. So again, early on here, Tapper looking like he probably wants that right end of the start line. If he wanted the left, he could have easily hooked Pico there and spat him out. But he's hedged his bets and gone to windward here. So Tapper will eventually bail onto port, which he's just about to do. Tom Pico, he's still stuck head to wind. And now the decision will be from Tapper when to jibe back towards the committee boat. 1 minute to go. You can see both boats well above the committee boat here. So Pico is going to go beyond Tapper. Tapper's going to get very slow here though. Okay, he's going dead downwind to make it back to the committee boat end. Pico's gone slightly past his line. So Tapper has to do a good job here of just keeping the boat moving. You can see Pico coming in here slightly faster. Y flag from Pico. I think he's not asking any question we don't know what the answer to. And it's a green flag from the umpires. And 25 seconds to go. So Tapper will have the early advantage here. He's got to get his time on distance right though. And Tapper just luffing. He's not going to get the shutout here, so I'm not sure why he's luffed so hard. Bit of a mistake there from the Australians, and that's actually going to gift the start back to Pico. So this is the third time that Tapper's made a mistake just off the start line. He has forced Tom Pico to tack out here. But I would almost say an early advantage to Tom Pico. He was a bit on the ropes early on in that pre-start box, but he's just got his time on distance correct here. And again, you can see he's gone into that high mode already down on that right-hand edge. So for live update results, you can also head to the World Match Racing Tour site, wmrt.com/live results. You can follow the racing live here from our broadcast as well. As we head upwind here, we have Flight 3, Match 3. It's an Aussie duel. Tom Pico down to leeward. Cole Tapper up to windward here. Tapper yet to get on the board. And the first intersection here, both boats will come together. Whoa, and Tapper's gone very close here. So Tom Pico's got his bow down. He's going to hook him. And Tapper is forced to go out. So having got that right-hand side, Pico really wants the left. He's made Tapper slow with 2 down-speed tacks. Very surprised that Tapper allowed himself to get that close in that intersection. And Tom Pico now heading back into the middle of the racetrack. It's very even between these two teams at the moment. And Tom Pico now going for another tack out here. So you can see just in the background, that's match 2 coming back upwind. It looks like it's EJ out on this left-hand side. And it's Zach West who currently leads Prendergast in match number 1. Prendergast coming down with the white Spinnaker yellow boat here. And it is EJ who leads Peroz in match number 2 as well. But in our feature match, match 3 here, both boats coming together again. So Pico just tacking in the red boat down to leeward of Tapper in the blue boat. So Pico would have thought he didn't have a strong intersection with Tapper. Tapper also must be close to that starboard ley line. We can see one of 3 top marks just coming into frame here. So the green marker, that's not where we're going to. We are going to the yellow marker, which just came into picture. And it is Tapper who is going to get a slight advantage out of this right-hand side again. So Tapper slightly bow down, happy to rumble into this top mark. Pico will hit the ley line first, but he will have to wait for Tapper to go. on board with Team Tapper at the moment, Kairos Racing. As the young team from the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia comes in around leading their match. They're yet to get on the board here in Macau, but it is only day one, and it's been a good set from the Aussies. Hamish Vass, Jack Fruin, Max Brennan doing a good job of the crew work there. Tidy set versus Tom Pico. But again, in these light breeze, we've only got 5 or 6 knots. The big advantage on the downwind is to the trailing boat here. There's only probably 3 lengths between them. And Pico will look to try and jibe and get on his gas. So both Australian teams happy to go forward here. Okay, we're seeing a Simo jibe from both teams. So Pico really looking to get on the gas of Tapper here. He will be close. Slightly nicer jibe by the lead Australian team here. Spinnaker yet to go soft on the Aussies. But Pico very much in an attacking position here. And it will be very important for the next 2 minutes or so for Tapper to stay air in front as they head down to the gate marker in this race number 3. So Tapper here doing a very good job. You can see there is still tide here, so the boats are being pushed from left to right here. So that actually favours Tapper here slightly. Pico going for the first jibe. Tapper happy to match him into the gate marker. So they are the black markers straight in front of them here. Both boats just laying this left-hand turn. It's going to be a push for Tapper. He's going to try and make it. And Tapper, he is going to be slow into this bottom mark. So he will do a left-hand turn here, heading to the right-hand side on the upwind leg. Pico not laying, so there will be another jibe for his team. Tapper now bringing the spinnaker down. So another split in this racetrack. Tapper holding on to the advantage he held at the top mark. And it is Kairos Racing heading out to the right-hand side. Tom Pico and his French-Australian team heading left. Very light winds here at the moment, down to 5 knots. And just in the background there, we saw Piroz coming through. So he was trailing Nick EJ from New Zealand in their match. We'll wait for confirmation on the results shortly. But a huge split here in race number 3. Both boats yet to tack out of the bottom gate here, so they will be both going to the lay line. And pretty even speeds here, so slightly faster boat speed over ground for Pico, but his VMG to the mark not as good as what Tapper's just was. And Tapper now going for attack, so both boats hitting the lay line almost at the same time here. So to me, this could be that it's going to be quite a close intersection. The overhead graphic not telling us that at the moment, though. It looks like a good lead to Tapper. But you can see here, he is slightly low on that lay line. Both boats going upwind here at about 5.5 knots. And for Tom Pico, he better hope he's got some form of intersection here. Otherwise, it's going to be a long slog up to this top mark. But Cole Tapper looking like he might get his first win on the board here, as he just moves over the rum line in the middle of the racetrack. It will be Tapper who will come in for a lee bow on Tom Pico. The yellow marker just off Tapper's right-hand shoulder here coming into frame. That is the top mark we're going to. Now it's looking like pretty good breeze here. Okay, so we've got a dial down. Again, another interesting choice from these teams. So very even across this racetrack. And Tapper then not confident in what his lee bow was. He did get overlapped up the first beat against Pico, so he's chosen to do the dial down. It has worked for him. And Tapper now will take the lead into the top mark, so an aggressive move there by Cole Tapper that will give him a 3-length lead into this top mark. Comfortable lay line for both teams. We'll see the set now. Good set by Tapper. But Tom Pico still very close in being able to attack on this downwind leg. So a good set from the French-Australian team as well. Great shots here as we look back at the Macao City skyline. So Tom Pico going for the early jibe here. Quite surprised for him to go out when he's that close. So he obviously expects there to be better breeze on that left-hand side. He did make a small gain up this side on the upwind leg. Tapper happy to extend here and go air behind. So Tom Pico has forced a split here. Surprising that the trailing boat has elected to go out early. He would have been close to getting on the gas of the leading boat there through a jibe. But Tom Pico is banking on the fact that there is better breeze on this left-hand side. So it's a final downwind leg here into the finish. Tom Pico in the red boat. Just at the bottom of our screens, Cole Tapper, blue boat heading downwind into the finish. So our overheads here, you can see Tapper just laying the finish line. Tom Pico only needs a small left-hand shift to be able to get in here though. And he is travelling pretty much same speed as what Tapper is. So it's going to still be another close finish between these two boats. Can Pico lay the finish line? That will be the question here. Doesn't look like he's going to from here, so Tapper should get his first win on the board. As Tapper just goes through the middle of the finish line, so he will lay through. Tom Pico still one more jibe to go. Final jibe here from Tom Pico. And it is Tapper who is going to take his first win of the regatta. Finally getting on the board after the first 3 matches. And it's still a very close finish. So flight number 3 has just been completed here at the 2026 Macao Match Cup. Match 3, our feature match, has seen Cole Tapper from the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia get his first win on the board against fellow Australian Tom Pico. And in the other races, we've seen Zach West take a win over Christian Prendergast from the United States. That will put West on 2 wins. And in match number 2, where we thought Nick Egnott Johnson had quite a good lead, Perez took him beyond the finish line and was able to overtake him. So Perez gets the win over Nick Egnott Johnson. And after the first 3 races. We've got Perez here on 3 wins, Zach West on 2 wins, Nick Egnock Johnson and Tom Pico and Cole Tapper all on 1 win. So we'll be having a slight break here as we now shift the other teams into the boats. So we'll come back with our live broadcast in about 25 minutes time.
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Danny has just proved that for us because he's on the path. Stand now below to the pump.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
環咧喺以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園，依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀，除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。何公圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前。鄭家島啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物啦被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple.
媽
學廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧已經有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦！好啊！
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
There for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, and I'm with you always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Danny just proved that for us because he's done the fastest and now the
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈㗎，真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，等佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係。
Okay, we're back here for flight number 4 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We've had a slight break and reshuffle of the teams. So on board at the moment, we have Rory Finnegan from Ireland. He is in the blue boat here, the red shirts, and he's up against Jonny Berntsson from Sweden, one of the veteran World Match Racing Tour skippers. So we've had about a 15-minute break since the last race, and conditions on the racetrack, we've still got our easterly here anywhere between 6 and 8 knots, so it's slightly increased from the morning session. And actually, apologies guys, we've had a delay for match 1. There is a breakage on one of those boats, so we're taking you actually to match 2 here. So the red shirts in the blue boat here is Engström from Sweden, and he's up against Jeppe Borch from Denmark, who is just about to jibe around. He entered from the race committee end, so he's in the blue boat. We've got the red shirts in the red boat. That's Engström from Sweden. So this is match number 2. Match 1, which you can see the skippers in the top right hand corner. They are currently delayed. You can see the Lima flag flying off Finnegan's boat, so there is a problem with those two boats racing at the moment. They are delayed. But in the pre-start box here, we have Engström and Borch. So they are just going through the background there. Engström is in the red boat, trailing away from Borch in the blue boat. Borch here tacking up to windward in the blue boat. He is racing Engström from Sweden. So the live shots here, not the boats racing. Finnegan has a repair flag up. He was meant to be in match 1 against Jonny Berntsen. They will be brought to the back of the pairings. But in the pre-start box with 1:10 to go, we have Jeppe Borch up to windward against Engström. They have 1 minute to go here. So the breeze at the moment out of 0.65, that's the furthest left we've seen it, has been averaging about 80 degrees so far this morning. So I expect there'll be both boats trying to win the left-hand side of the line. So here we have them. So Engström up to windward in the red shirts. We have Borch to leeward in the blue boat. They have 30 seconds to go here, so Engström will start on port. Borch will be down at the pin end on starboard. That breeze at the moment shifting through about 10 to 15 degrees, so plenty of opportunities on the racetrack here. But pre-start for match number 2 here. Engström on port here. He will start at the committee boat end. Borch is going to struggle to lay the pin. Gun goes. And early advantage to the Swedes over the Danish team. Borch will squeeze round it. Yeah, it goes 2. Okay, so we're just trying to get an update on what the starting sequence will be, but most likely for match number 2, we've got live shots here of Jonny Berntsen. He was meant to be match 1, but there was a breakage with his opponent. So upwind, we've got a very big split between the two boats now trailing out to the right and left-hand side of our screen. Right-hand side is Engström from Sweden. Looks like he's got the early advantage against Borch. And coming into the starting box is our third match of the day. It is Marcello Torre in the yellow boat here. He is up against Ian Garetta from France. So for Torre, it was a late invitation here. Only received it last week, but made a great effort to get here on time. Torre out of Western Australia, where there's been a lot of prominent match races from. Most notably the Gilmore family. But Torre will be up against Ian Garetta. Garetta now having competed at a number of World Match Racing Tour events, including the final in Shenzhen earlier this year, as well as the Congressional Cup last year. So Torre there in the yellow boat, just bailing out of the pre-start and the dial up here. Garetta backing his sail down to also escape on port here. So Torre in the yellow boat will lead away. This is match 3. Ian Garetta in the blue boat. So 2 minutes 45 to go. Both boats well above the committee boat here. We do have slight tidal influence here, which will drag the boats back down the course. As Torre now jibes with 2 minutes 30 to go. And both boats, first time we've actually seen some circling going on here. So Garetta will escape and drag the game lower in the box here. 2 minutes 15, and it'll be up to Garetta now to choose when he wants to lead back. To me, Torre looking like he almost wants the right-hand end of the start line. Garetta still going out on port here, so he's now going to jibe with 2 minutes to go. And from his position here, he should actually have quite an easy time backing towards the starting box. Both boats are above the committee boat at the moment. Torre now jibing. We'll see if he stays behind him. But you can see the race committee boat down to leeward of Garetta here. So both boats well above the starboard lay line. 1:35 to go. Torre got a lot on here at the moment. Goretta got to do a good job here of his fishtails, making sure there is no overlap between the boats. Torre keeping his bow very close to the stern, so he's got to push him down the line here to have any chance of getting this race underway. 1:10 to go. Goretta in the box seat, so coming up to this committee boat lay line. Okay, so Torre has done quite a good job of actually pushing him down. 1 minute to go here. They're probably about 20 seconds off this line here, so Torre still got a lot of work to do to push Goretta back up towards his start line. Both boats now below the committee boat lay line. Torre still in a tough position here. He is locked to windward now. So Goretta will control this start. Goretta will bring the game straight up, head to wind and slow the boats. Torre won't have a runway or lane to build on port here. 25 seconds to go and only about 10 seconds off the line. So Goretta in a great position here. Torre will have no other chance but to follow him into the start. Goretta just controlling this game. And you'll see him bring the bow down. He's going for the speed build. Now, Torre actually did quite a good job there. Okay, we're going to see a white flag from Goretta, but I think it will be greened. And it's all going to be about the speed build here. Green flag from the umpires. And so it is Goretta who is tacked up to windward and ahead of Torre. He had a complete shutout start there. An early advantage to the French team here. They will continue to be in a simo-tack with the Western Australian team. Torre will look to try and get out of his gas. And the race committee here now displaying the AP for match number 1. So our first match of flight number 4 featured Finnegan from Ireland up against Jonny Berntsson from Sweden. Unfortunately, there was a breakage on the Irish team's boat, which has forced a delay. So at the moment, we're watching match number 3, which is Ian Goretta on port tack on the left-hand side. He is up against Marcello Torre from Western Australia. And after a shutout start, you can see from the tracking line there, both boats spend a lot of time on port. Goretta really in the controlling position here. Torre only a last-minute entry into this regatta, still coming up to speed with the venue and the boats. But his young team have done a lot of sailing in the last couple of months. They finished second at the Warren Jones International in Western Australia at the end of January. His hometown event on Foundation 36s. And match 3 getting very close to match number 2, who are on their second upwind leg. So it's about a 40-metre advantage to Goretta at the moment. A reminder to everybody, this is our second group of sailors for the day, so no one is currently on the leaderboard. This is race 1 for all competitors in this flight. And between Engstrom and Borch, we've got a very close match in match 2. You can see them just off the right-hand side going upwind here, whilst we're bringing you onboard shots from match 3. Marcello Torre from Western Australia. He's about 50 metres behind the French team of Ian Goretta as they tack in towards the top mark. So the top mark just off the right hand side here. Goretta getting a little bit of mix up with match number 2. So you can see the Swedish team here and Borch going around the top mark. The Swedes are currently in front of Borch, but it is a 40-metre advantage to Goretta over Torre coming into Mark 1 of race number 3, flight number 8 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. And we've got a 3-boat race here. So the 2 leading boats there, that is match 2. It is the Swedish team of Engström leading Jeppe Borch from Denmark. Whilst in match number 3 coming around the top mark. Not a lot of vang on this boat at the moment. Don't know what's happened there. But Torre trails by about 40 metres over Goretta and going for that early jibe. So Torre heading back to that left-hand side of the racetrack. Didn't really work for him on the first upwind leg. As the crew now just settles into position, we've got 7 knots on the racetrack, so Goretta going for a small split here. So Goretta with about a 40-metre lead, happy to play it safe out to this right-hand side. He's gotten himself away from match number 2 as well. It's a late main jibe for the French team, getting a lot of roll on the boat. Now this match is heading down to the gate. And again, it looks like Goretta's placed himself to look for that left-hand turn, holding the right hand of the track on the upwind legs. And just in front of him, he's got a very close match between the Danes and the Swedes. The Swedes were leading. So on the graphic here, the Swedes are out to the left in match number 1 with the Spinnakers still going up. They are going down to the finish line. It's Goretta here, the most right-hand boat. He's dropping his Spinnaker and going through the gate for a left-hand turn here. Now a reminder for match number 1 between Finnegan and Bernsen. Unfortunately, there is a breakage on one of those boats, so we are waiting for that to be repaired before they will get racing. But Goretta here in a very commanding position over Torre. And the bottom of our graphic here, the 2 boats heading down towards the finish line. Still a very close race between the Swedes and the Danes. But we're live with the Western Australian team just coming around the bottom mark. They are trailing Goretta by 22 seconds. And they will again head left on the upwind leg. Not really working for them the first time. But the crew working hard here to try and stay in this match. And Goretta now also on starboard tack. So he's taken a bit of leverage out to this right-hand side again. Very comfortable lead to the French team. And you can see here Goretta just coming back over to cover his opponent. Torre just tacking down through to leeward in the yellow boat. That blue Spinnaker in the background, that is a boat practicing. But Goretta on starboard here with a very big lead in his first race of the day. So Ian Goretta, number 4 in the world. He will be coming into the top mark. And he has a commanding lead over the world number 38, Marcello Torre from Western Australia. The young Aussie team only getting a late invitation last week to attend the event, but have pulled out all stops to get here. I'm sure they'll get better and better with each race over the coming days. So Ian Goretta and his Med Racing team come round the top mark. It's a very deep set for them. So again, all teams still getting used to the Far East 28 yachts that we're using here this week. They've only had about a 3-hour practice session yesterday. So all the boats are supplied by the organising authority. They've been equalised, so it is really up to the teams to get them around the racetrack, and so far it is the French who have a great lead over the WA team. Gage Roads Racing Team coming around the top mark. It's been a good job set for them. So not a lot they can do. Goretta comfortable, probably 80 metre lead at the moment. Torre's only option was to try and split, but Goretta covering him off straight away. Breeze here still out of the east at the moment. We are expecting it to build and go around to the south as the afternoon progresses here. We've just clicked over 1:20 local time. But Ian Goretta will take out this race quite comfortably. And again, just a reminder to everybody for flight number 4 in match 1, Finnegan versus Burnston. Unfortunately, there was a breakage on the Irish team's boat, so there has been a delay to that match. The race committee will look to see where they can try and fit them into the schedule. I think it is our plan to try and complete the first 8 races of a 22 race qualifying series. We've got 3 days to try and complete that here, and conditions tomorrow are looking pretty good for racing. So as we come through the finish line, Ian Goretta and his Med Racing team will take the win over Marcello Torre. In the background there, I think we can see Finnegan from Ireland doing his last pre-start check. So I think it is the race committee's intention to get match 1 complete before they move into the rest of the racing. And in match 2, we can confirm that Oscar Engström from Sweden got a close win over Jeppe Borch. There was no more than a length between them throughout the race. So Engström and Goretta, the first ones to get on the board in the second group of sailors here. Reminder, we've got 12 teams and only 6 boats for the week, so we'll be doing a lot of changes over the qualifying stage. And just as match 3 comes to an end, we have match 1 where there was a breakage on one of the boats. They were delayed but are about to get into their pre-start. So both boats now entering. Finnegan is entering from the pin end from Ireland. He is up against Jonny Berntsson and his team from Sweden. Berntsson, the world number 3, and his Berntsson sailing team, veterans on the World Match Racing Tour here. As both of those boats now go into the dial-up.
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客由澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
甲巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭
到，
心仔
到。
皇宮圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅鄭家大屋啦，係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年，我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Banana, you just proved that for us because he's not the fastest and now demoted.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園，依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀，除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈㗎，真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，等你開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物夥伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
南南
到，
心仔
到。
河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前面。鄭家達啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年，我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧已有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄。 設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
But Danny has just proved that for us because he's done the fastest and now below 2
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園，依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
Okay, and we're back here for flight number 5 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. This morning we've seen the first 5 races for our sailors being completed. So far we have Perez out in front on 3 wins. Zach West is trailing on 2 wins, and then we've got a bunch of boats now on 1 wins. We're joining the racetrack again here for flight number 5, where in match 1, who are just about to enter, we have Rory Finnegan from Ireland entering from the pin end of the line. He's up against Engström from Sweden here in the red boat. Engström was second on the World Match Racing Tour in 2025 and got an early win this morning against Jeppe Borch in the last flight. So both boats now entering the pre-start box, and we'll be going into the dial-up. Here at the moment we've still got our easterly breeze settled in here at about 080 degrees at 6 knots. So perfect conditions here in Macau for day 1 of our qualifying series. Over the next 3 days we'll be hoping to complete 22 races before we move into the knockout quarterfinal stages. 12 teams representing 7 nations are here in Macau, all vying to become Match Cup champions for the opening round of the 2026 World Match Racing Tour. And here you can see a split screen between our 2 races at the moment. Rory Finnegan from Ireland here just exiting the dial-up. He's racing Oskar Zengström from Sweden. The red shirts, the runners-up on the 2025 World Match Racing Tour. Engström really looking to try and put his best foot forward here on the opening round of the 2026 season. So both boats now sailing across the top of the committee boat, 2 minutes 30 to go. So far this morning, a lot of the boats have been trying to win the right-hand side. The breeze is slowly meant to clock right to the south as the day progresses. And on the racetrack here in the outer harbour of Macau, we have a slight tidal flow coming down the racetrack left to right of your screens. So here with 2 minutes 5 to go, Engström getting into his first circles early. Finnegan now doing a backward circle to try and get back towards the Swedish team with 1:55 to go. Both boats now deciding who will be leading back towards the start line. Both boats well above the committee boat ley line here, but as we mentioned before, will be getting swept down towards the pin end of the line with the tidal flow here in the harbour. So 1:35 to go, and the Swedes elect to lead in. Finnegan going for a tack up to windward. So Engstrom and his team Liros, world number 17s, are up against Finnegan from Ireland. He's Kraken Racing, world number 33. So here you can see Finnegan trying to roll across the top of Engstrom. Engstrom may have gone too low in the starting box here. Both boats well above the committee boat ley line. Finnegan doing all he can to try and get across him as quickly as possible with 1 minute to go. So Engstrom, while he decided to lead in first, it is Finnegan who is trying to roll over him. Both boats now very early for the start box. Finnegan getting around the front of him here. Engstrom will continue to push him hard down the line here. He'll want to put pressure on the Irish team for this pin ley line. But Finnegan doing a good job of getting across his bow. 30 seconds to go towards the starting area here. Finnegan now watching his ley line into the pin. Both boats laying about halfway down the line. And Engstrom will start to windward here. Will we see a split tack start between the two teams? And Finnegan doing his best to try and make the Swedes early. Both boats now splitting. We'll have Engstrom in the red boat heading out to the right hand side. Gun goes. And Engstrom forced to do a downspeed tack off the committee boat to lay through. But so far today, that right-hand side has been paying. So Engstrom, whilst slow off the committee boat, will have the power of the right and the favoured side. And you can see here from our overhead shots, so Finnegan coming back early here. Engstrom doing a very good job of putting the bow down, prioritising speed here at the first intersection. And Engstrom will control the first meet here. The gate marker coming a little bit into play with these two boats. Engstrom now tacking onto port, heading back out to that favoured right-hand side. Finnegan now going out to the left. As we leave match one, we're now going to jump to Berntsen and Torre. You can see the flight 3 flag flying. Unfortunately, match 2 we have a breakage at the moment, but flight 3 is going to the green flag, so a slight right hand shift signalled by the race committee vessel here as Marcello Torre from Western Australia, he'll enter from the committee boat end, and he is up against Jonny Berntsen from Sweden. So both boats now in the pre-start box. They will be racing to the right-hand marker, and already both boats are out of the dial-up. So we might have missed the action there a little bit, but Berntsen showing his expertise in these boats. He's sailed them a lot over the last 12 months. He's a veteran of the World Match Racing Tour with his Berntsen sailing team. He did win the Bermuda Gold Cup last year in October. But it is the Western Australians who lead away from the committee boat. They are in the yellow boat here. With 2 minutes 50 to go, they are going to struggle to get this jibe in. Berntsen in a very good position here. So you can see Torre coming down. He's not confident with the jibe, so he has to try and sucker Berntsen in a little bit closer here. Both boats will swing up head to wind here in a second. Berntsen in the controlling position, getting a long way from this start line. And Torre trying to slow his boat here. He will try and flick this jibe in now. He's just going to get it. Okay, probably expect to see a Y flag from Berntsen here nonetheless, but it should be green flag from the umpires. Surprising that Berntsen's gone for the jibe around the back here. Both boats very deep in the start box. So Berntsen now trailing Torre in with only 2 minutes to go. Shocked that we didn't see actually a tack up there from Berntsen. You can see the race committee vessel just to the left-hand side of his jib here. 145, Torre not doing a good job here of getting away from his start line. He needs to get deeper in this box. Torre now coming to leeward of Bernsen. Both boats still above the committee boat ley line with 1:30 to go. Bernsen will continue to push in here. But Torre won't want to get hooked just yet. 1 minute 20 to go. They're probably 25 off this line. Bernsen back up to windward here. And both boats just below the committee boat ley line. So we will get a start in between the two of them. Torre's shift now is to the pin end. Bernsen doing a good job of pushing him down the line. Both boats still a long way off the start line here. And with 55 seconds to go, Bernsen now pushes himself into the windward position. Torre now really conscious of where this pin ley line is. Both boats still slightly early, 40 seconds to go. We're probably 20 off this pin. So Torre will want to push slightly forward on Bernsen here. We're probably going to see another split tack start between the fleet. 25 to go. Torre in a good position here to take the pin end of the line. Bernsen here happy to go onto port. There will be a split tack start, so it is going to be who can speed build the boat better. Both boats now doing a big bow down. Bernsen must be pretty tight on this ley line. He's pretty close with not cheating his jib on here yet. Okay, Torre also going to have to tack here. So not a great job by either boats here. And Torre's shooting the pin. Wow. Okay, so both boats starting under speed off the start line, but we do have a split tack start between them. You can see from the tracking line here, they did get to the middle of the start line, so both boats are really struggling to lay through on either board. But slight advantage to Bernsen early on in this pre-start. Marcello forced once again off to the left-hand side. Breeze here at the moment, around 6 to 7 knots from the east. So Torre goes for the first tack here. And again, we're seeing the AP flag flown from the race committee boat. So for our final race in flight number 5 between Borch and Goretta, unfortunately a boat breakage will mean that race is delayed. But we'll continue to follow match number 3, which is Bernsen here on screen from Sweden. The team that won the Bermuda Gold Cup in 2025. Currently leading Marcello Torre from Western Australia, the young team. Only getting a late invitation here. But it's Bernsen who has picked up the favoured right-hand side. And in the other match here, you can see in the red boat just to leeward, it is Engstrom who currently leads Finnegan. It's a pretty good lead for Engstrom. He had a great start against the Irish team and has been managing to consolidate that race around the racetrack. But you can see between the 4 boats, all of them getting quite congested here on this racetrack. So the middle 2 pairings here between the red and what looks to be kind of the grey boat, that is match 2. And down to leeward on the left-hand side, coming back on port now, is Marcello Torre in the yellow boat. He is racing Jonny Bernsen the furthest right here. And between the 2 matches, we have match 2 heading to the yellow marker just on screen, whilst Torre and Bernsen will be going to the green right-hand marker at the top right of your screens. So Bernsen here with a nice lead again, that right-hand side really paying. So 40 metres to the Swedish team as we really get our first intersection for the race. Bernsen happy to do another leg out here and control the right-hand side. So Torre going back before ley line. Oh, sorry, no, he's gone back early here again. Sorry, they are going to the green marker. So Bernsen around the top mark here. He'll have a handy lead over the Western Australian team. And Jonny Bernsen leads Marcello Torre. Bernsen got his first win away in flight number 4. He beat Rory Finnegan from Ireland. And just as Torre rounds the top mark, Bernsen goes for that early jibe. Quite light here at the top mark. You can see not a lot of wind on the water, probably only 5 or 6 knots. The Australian team once again electing to go for that early jibe. We have got a course change for match number 3. They have gone to that right-hand marker. So this will again favour Bernsen, making for quite a long starboard jibe on the downwind leg. And what we can see there, so the lead blue spinnaker, that is Jonny Bernsen. He's racing the trailing white spinnaker of Marcello Torre. In match number 1, we have Oscar Engström from Sweden. He currently leads Rory Finnegan from Ireland quite comfortably and will take out yet another win. Racing for day 1 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup, taking place on the outer harbour here. You can see it's quite a busy harbour. As Bernsen rolls into another jibe coming into the bottom marks. Now the boat that he's just crossing is not in his match, so Bernsen currently leads over Marcello Torre. He's out to about 60 metres now, so quite comfortable for the Swedish team. And in the background there, in the white spinnaker, just going through that gate marker, that is match number 1 of Engström from Sweden. He will beat Rory Finnegan from Ireland, but we're back onto our feature match here. Veteran Jonny Bernsen from Sweden with a sizable lead over the young team of Marcello Torre from Western Australia. So we'll also try and get an update here for match number 2 between Borch and Goretta. That flight, or that match, sorry, was delayed due to a breakage. But Marcello Torre once again going around for a right-hand turn, heading left on the upwind legs. Hasn't been kind to him so far in this regatta, but we'll see if he can jag something up the second leg here. Jonny Bernsen now going for attack up to windward. You can see quite a big split between the boats. It's probably out to 300 metres. And Jonny out to about a 60-metre lead in this race. So Jonny Bernsen, the world number 3, making quite light work of this early race in qualifying, racing against Marcello Torre and the Gage Road Sailing Team, currently ranked number 38th in the world. Torre quite new to the World Match Racing Tour, but has had some very strong results in the youth match racing circuit, now looking to make his break into the Open League. And Bernsen now coming into the top mark. He will tack for the green marker here. And you can see there, it's about a 50-metre lead to the Swedish team. Beautiful day here in Macau. A light easterly breeze, 5 to 6 knots. Perfect conditions for these Far East 28 yachts, with a slight tide pushing from left to right on the screen here. So Torre may struggle to lay, actually. But Bernson here with a huge lead here. Torre going to have to push this mark. He's going to have to luff to get around it. So that's just that tidal effect. And Torre once again trailing at the top mark. So Bernson will run down to this starboard ley line into the committee boat. Not much Torre can do. You can see the lead there, probably out to 100 metres now. Very comfortable for the Swedes in flight number 5. So for everyone that needs to stay up to date with the results, we have live results on the World Match Racing Tour, wmrt.com/live results. So far this morning, 5 races have been completed in what is a split fleet here. We've got 12 teams with 6 boats. So over the next 3 days, more than 22 flights will be completed before we move into the knockout quarterfinals. But Jonny Bernson will remain undefeated with 2 wins now on the board. Torre not so lucky this morning, still searching for his first win. But Jonny Bernson comes through the line here to comfortably take out his race. And it looks like in the background here we've just had a starting sequence for our missed race. So flight 5, match 2 between Borch and Goretta. You can see both boats now both entering there. So Goretta is the pin end boat, whilst Borch entered from the committee boat end, both sailing blue boats. But Bernson now moves to 2 points. Torre will remain on 0. But in match number 2, our delayed race between Borch and Goretta, we've had Borch cross easily to leeward. Those guys have 3 minutes to go in their starting sequence, so we'll try and get our coverage across there shortly. So Flight 5 Match 2 is currently underway. We had a delay in this pairing due to a boat breakage. They've done a great job of getting it back underway and repaired. And with 2 minutes 20 to go, it is Borch currently leading away from the start line. But we'll take a short break before we get back to here with live shots from the 2026 Macao Match Cup.
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
南南到，深仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家大屋啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物啦被完整咁保留。
叔叔似唔似啊？ 份。澳門歷史城區於2005年，我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已有供奉媽祖嘅廟。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, and I'm with you always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損， 例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Danny, you just proved that for us because he's not the fastest and now the notion.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
道環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀，除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋背後咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭
到，
心仔
到。
何公圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅鄭家棟啦，係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年，我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
But Danny, you just proved that for us because he's not the fastest and now below 2.5. 39.48 seconds on the drive.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀，除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，等佢開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物夥伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
八甲巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
南南到，深仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家島啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。 中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Danny has just proved that for us because he's on the fastest and now Denoto comes.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園，依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多 人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，等佢開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
八甲巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭
到，
心仔
到。
何公圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅鄭家大屋啦，係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年，我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧已經有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄， 及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, and I'm with you always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
But Danny, you just proved that for us because he's got the fastest and now the notion.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
道環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園，依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有 有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，等佢開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮。
Welcome back to day one of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We're just about to hit 3 p.m. here local time in Macau. We've had a slight delay in racing, as you can see here now. We've shifted the racetrack. That southeasterly breeze that we were talking about earlier has settled in. It has got a little bit lighter than what this morning's session is. So we're around to the southeast at 4 to 6 knots, and we are picking up racing at flight number 6. So just about to enter the start box, and on screen now is Rory Finnegan from Ireland. He's entering from the pin end of the line, and he is up against Ian Garetta from France in the blue boat, just crossing the committee boat now. So a very shifty racetrack here now coming through the city of Macau. You can see the 3 top marks set at the top of the course. And for both these teams, Rory Finnegan will be looking to try and get on the scoreboard, whilst Ian Garetta so far has 2 wins from 2 starts. So just gone past 3:30 and both boats now in the dial-up. So this afternoon that breeze is meant to build. We can see it up to 6.5 knots on the racetrack at the moment. There is talks of it getting up to about 12s. But being so late in the day, we've still got 3 races left on the schedule. Finnegan now doing what he can to try and get this dial up out of the way as Garetta now escapes on port. Finnegan trying to re-establish flow over his rudder to try and turn the boat, but Garetta will escape quite easily here. I'd imagine to see him come back quite soon. Here he comes already. So Garetta maybe slightly back too early here. Finnegan's going to be doing all he can to get out of his way. He doesn't have a lot of flow over his boat, but Garetta choosing to go back early here. And a Y flag will be flown, but Finnegan doing all that he can. The boat's getting very close. And again, another Y flag. It'll all be one incident, but a green flag from the umpires. So you can see there, Garetta's gone back slightly too early at Finnegan. He needed to wait for him to have flow over his keel and rudder to be able to be more effective, but with only 1:53 to go, still a lot of work to go on for the Irish team. And you can see just how sticky it is out there at the moment. We're down to 2 knots, so very light conditions out of the southeast here at the moment. Coming through the city of Macau, it is going to make it quite shifty and quite puffy. But 1:20 to go, the boat's barely moving, probably only doing about 3 knots themselves. And Finnegan decides to jibe over early. So the race committee vessel slightly affected by the tidal flow here. It's a big race committee boat to get round. It's probably 40 foot in length. And so 1 minute to go. It is Finnegan who will lead back into the starting line. Goretta will be pushing. So in these light airs, it is a slight advantage to Finnegan, but he's got to watch his speed here against the French. The French coming in here very fast, trying to hook him. Another green flag from the umpires. So Finnegan with 35 seconds to go. He will be getting worried about that pin ley line. Doing a very aggressive job to stop the boat here, and just as we said, that ley line, he's definitely gone past it. So both boats will now try and coast. Goretta here really just has to peel off and start his own race here. Both boats could be over. And Finnegan will be worried about the pin. Both boats definitely OCS at the moment. Gun goes. And there we have the OCS, so both boats over. And Goretta doing a good job of ducking back here. We can still see the OCS of both boats here. Goretta is yellow. That's the one we're looking to be dropped first. Goretta's still not back. There he is now. And Finnegan still got to come back and restart. Both boats now clear. So it took them a good 25 seconds to get back. And as we can see here, the race committee boats offsetting to the breeze. We're at 160 for the top mark. And anywhere between 3 to 6 knots. So big shifts and big pressure differences on the racetrack. But early advantage to Goretta. He's already got 2 wins on the board. And looking strong in this third match for him today. And now as we join race number 2 for flight 6, we are seeing Jonny Berntsson from Sweden. He comes across the committee boat here, entering from the right-hand end. He's up against the 2025 Tour runners-up, Oscar Engström from Sweden as well. So it's a local derby for these guys. We can see here on the race committee boat, we do have a Charlie Green. So this match will be going to the right-hand marker. But both boats now into the pre-start box and going into a dial-up. You can see here Engström on the left-hand side in the red shirts up against Jonny Berntsson in the new black uniform. He's usually quite easy to spot in his orange gear. But a pretty good dial-up by Jonny. He's got plenty of distance between the boats here, and his bow is slightly back, so he's going to be able to control this for quite a while. Engström's going to have to try and do something to get out of here. Both boats, though, did the Tour final last year. Berntsson not having a great time in Shenzhen, finishing in last, whilst Engström, who was new to the Tour, came away as runner-up to 9-time world champion Ian Williams. But both boats now reversing up. Jonny's got to get rid of that jib, otherwise he's going to keep getting his stern dragged down here. So Jonny's now in the vulnerable position. Can he alter away from here? There's going to be contact. Okay, hard contact between the boats, and in my eye here, this is going to be on Jonny. We've got Oscar here still on starboard. Jonny was the windward keep clear boat, so there has been a whistle from the umpires, and it is on Jonny Berntsson. So both boats coming out of the dial up there. Engström just doing a really good job of reversing down quicker than Jonny. Jonny unable to reverse and got forward flow going into Engström's side. And Jonny now trying to bail out. We've only got 1:35 to go here, so quite late in this pre-start box, or timing box for everybody as well. Quite surprised Jonny's going back that quickly. He will probably look to do a double jibe back here. Oscar not with a lot of flow here, so he's now locked to windward. There is a Y flag from Jonny. Hard to see what he's trying to call there. But Engstrom now will have to prioritise getting flow back over his boat. He's going to be very down speed. 1 minute to go. Both boats on the right hand side of the committee boat here. Oscar will bail out early, so he makes his stern behind it. And you can see the orange pin down to leeward there. So Oscar really in the driving seat now. 40 seconds to go. He's that penalty up as well. Yoni will have no choice but to follow him in here. He'll be looking for a last minute tack onto starboard, but Yoni using a lot of helm here. He's going to be slow. And 20 seconds to go. So pushing down towards his pin ley line. Both boats will get a start in. Yoni will be bailing on to port and will be the faster boat out of this manoeuvre. Can Oscar make the pin? Gun goes and we've got a split tack start. Oscar now trying to shoot round the pin. He'll get there just, but he is very down speed. So whilst Yoni had that early penalty, he has taken the advantage off the line here. So great shots from overhead here. This match is going to the right green hand marker as a reminder. So Yoni Bernson already out on that right hand side. Looks like there's a touch more breeze up there as well. So we'll try and keep our eye on that match. As now we bring you back to the race committee vessel for match number 3, where we have Jeppe Borch from Denmark. He enters in the blue boat here across the top of the committee boat. He is up against the young Western Australian team of Marcello Torre, who is entering from the pin end. So 4 minutes to go for these guys as they enter the start box. Back to the yellow top marker for this match. And you can see just in our top right corner, we have that breeze direction out of the south-southeast. So we've seen anywhere between 135 and 180. So big shifts on this racetrack at the moment. Race committee doing a good job of getting this done. As Cello brings it up into a dial up here. Again, Borch happy to sit to windward here. He's going to keep his speed and now go at him. And Borch, very experienced in these boats. He's won the Match Cup Sweden, which uses these boats last year. A bit more breeze across there than we get here at the moment. But Borch doing a good job of just controlling this initial dial up. He's killed another 40 seconds, which he needed to. Torre now will really try and stop his boat. But both guys very far on this left-hand side. .230 to go. So Borch here, he's going to come around the top of Torre again. So Torre is going to look to reverse out of here. He'll probably bail on port. Borch is going to go around his bow and jibe, so he'll still be faster. So Borch will jibe around, looking to hook Torre and push him back head to wind. Torre still stopped here. So Borch has just got to make sure he doesn't overshoot here. Torre basically stationary. It's got to be not fouling Borch here. Borch is going to stick it right up head to wind. Boat's going to get very close. This is actually going to be quite a close call. A lot of altering from both boats here. And it is going to be a blue flag. So Torre does get the penalty. Borch, I think, was quite lucky there himself not to get one. But 1:30 to go. Could almost see Spinnakers go up in this. Surprised I don't see that from Torre yet. He's still stopped in the water here. So 1:10 to go. Borch is just going to continue out towards this committee boat. Torre now will just look to do a time on distance run to the pin. Borch does have to time this perfectly. So Borch goes around this committee boat. Reminder, it's about 40 foot in length. So it's going to take him a while to get round. Torre swings inside him here, so he will get that leeward start. He's suckering him in here. And Torre looking to not get hooked. That is the only thing. Borch doing a great job of getting there through the leeward. Very shocked he was able to get there from that position. And again, we'll have a split tack start. So it's Borch off on starboard at the pin end. It's going to be Cello off the committee boat here. Can he get a start in? Looks like he will. But Torre holding that penalty as well. So we are around to that south-southeasterly breeze at the moment. It is flicking through about 20 degrees, so plenty of opportunities on the racetrack for these teams to get back in it. As Borch now gets onto port, so he's satisfied with the leverage between the boats. He wants to try and drag the game back in the middle. Torre here will just wait for his time to come back. Breeze at the moment showing at about 160, so it's slightly left of where the top marks are set. But Borch going back out again here, so this could be a big win for Torre if he gets this breeze in this top right. So Torre now going for a tack. Looks like a bit of a left-hand shift from where we're sitting at the moment. But Borch already done 2 manoeuvres to Torre's 1. So there's going to be a slight advantage to the Western Australians just with that noting. But by the graphic, Borch looks like he's got about a 20-metre lead at the moment. And just starting to head out that left-hand side. And we can see in the other matches here, someone's got a huge lead in match 1. Match 2 is looking a little bit closer. But I can imagine that's going to be Ian Goretta from France, probably with a big win at the moment over Finnegan, but we'll wait to confirm that. Borch now coming back for an intersection with Torre. Borch with a big lead out this left-hand side. So just as we were saying, this breeze is anywhere between kind of the 150 to 180. You can see at the moment it's flicking to that 150, so indicating a big left shift at the moment. And the pressure difference anywhere between 4 to 6 knots. While that might seem small, it's a big difference in these wind conditions for these boats. So Borch happy to defend the left-hand side here. He's going to come straight in on ley line. He's going to carry that speed into his set, forcing Marcello to be doing 2 tacks into the top mark. It was also still outstanding. He's also still got the outstanding penalty. And the boat in between at the moment, that is Liros Racing. So that is going to be Oscar Engstrom. He has a big lead over Jonny Berntsen at the moment. They are going to the green right-hand marker. So Borch and Torre are coming to this yellow one. But Engstrom have a huge lead over Berntsen as well. So it's just showing how shifty and puffy these conditions are out here. So Torre now around the top mark as well. Just dodging match 2, which is coming up into the green marker. And Torre again going for the early jibe out here. Got to try and make something happening against Jeppe Borch. Borch just putting the covering jibe in here, so he's just going to lay that right-hand marker if he wants it to get back out the left-hand side looking upwind. But again, under no pressure whatsoever, still penalty in hand as well. So Borch here now laying the left-hand turn. Spinnick is down and he's got about a 100-metre lead over Marcello Torre. Western Australian team still carrying that penalty from the pre-start as well. So Borch here looking like he will do a clean sweep of his first 3 races. And you just see how light it is here. That mainsail hardly drawing anything as they get into this bottom mark. Torre also now coming around this left-hand mark, so that's just showing you how biased this left-hand course is. We're up to 120 we just saw on the wind instruments. So big left-hand shifts coming on the racetrack, making racing very difficult for everybody. And that's why we've seen such huge gaps between the boats. But Jeppe Borch from Denmark, very comfortable lead here over Torre as they head upwind for the second time. Borch has already taken 2 wins this morning. Oh, sorry, no, I've been reading that wrong. He's on 0 wins at the moment. He's about to get his first win on the board. So Borch and Torre. Heading upwind for the final time. This is flight 6 for the 2026 Macao Match Cup. Just hitting 3:15 local time here in the afternoon. We are trying to get 2 more races completed after this one. But it's the Danish team coming into the top mark for the final time, comfortably ahead. Under no pressure for this set whatsoever. You can see their bowman there, Matthias Rossing, just getting everything sorted for the jibe. But the crew all moving forward in the boats, only 5 or 6 knots here. So very light conditions for day 1. But it's a beautiful day here in Macau. Borch now going for the jibe, as Torre still tries to make the top mark. And again, looking at the Danish team, they know these boats quite well. The Faroese 28s spent plenty of time back on them in Sweden, where they won the Match Cup Sweden event, and last year finished 8th at the Shenzhen World Match Racing Tour final. Pretty disappointing result for them by all accounts. And I'm sure they'll be up the leaderboard here this week. And now on screen, Gage Roads sailing team, the young team from Western Australia. Marcello Torre getting a late invitation to the event, but will no doubt be making some strides over the next couple of days. He's had a bit of a tough morning here, but a lot of support back home and a lot of support from the sailors. As we come downwind and finish off flight number 6. Torre now going for another jibe out, so you can see the lead there over 100 metres to Borch. Racing taking place in the outer harbour of Macau here. And Jeppe Borch will get on the board finally. Sorry, it was my slight error before. He's had 2 tough opening matches, but he will get on the board in flight number 6. And Jeppe Borch now 1 win from 3 matches. That was flight 6 of the 2026 Match Cup. We've got 22 of these to complete over the next 3 days. And as we move into flight 7, we'll have a short break and come back soon.
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前。鄭家斗啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦，咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物啦被完整咁保留。
叔叔。 份。澳門歷史城區於2005年，我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已經有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you.
And we're back here for qualifying racing on day one of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We have had the first 6 flights now completed, with all 12 teams having done 3 races. So we'll quickly go through a scores update before we jump into flight 4. So at the end of flight 6, we have 3 teams currently undefeated on 3 wins, with Ian Garetta and Aurelien Perez from France tied with Oscar Engström from Sweden. Trailing them on 2 wins, we have Zach West from Australia and Jonny Berntsson also from Sweden. There is then a flurry of boats including Cole Tapper, Christian Prendergast, Jeppe Borch, Nick Egnott-Johnson and Tom Pico all on 2 wins, whilst Rory Finnegan and Marcello Torre are yet to get on the board. We now join back at flight number 7, where Ian Garetta has just entered from the right hand or committee boat end of the start line. He is in the blue boat up against Oscar Engström from Sweden in the red shirts from the pin end of the line. So both these teams undefeated so far in the regatta. We are now out of the south-southeast direction where it is very shifty and quite puffy. We're seeing anything between 3 to 6 knots. So flight number 6 saw some big gaps between the boats. Garetta electing to get out of that dial-up and carry his speed into the next phase of the pre-start. At the moment, the left-hand side of the track is quite favoured. We've seen some big gains out of that side. Engström just coming across the top of the committee boat now, so Garetta will go into his first circle here. 2:30 to go, still a lot of time, so he won't wipe off his speed. He'll try and keep the boat moving. Engström going straight into a circle as well. So Engström really wanting to position himself on the trailing edge of Garetta so he can get the jibe in and win this left-hand side. Garetta now getting up to speed, so this will be his final approach. Can Engström go inside him? We can see from our wind instruments at the top right-hand side of your screen there, the breeze is definitely in that left-hand side. And surprisingly, Garetta goes for another circle here. 1:45 to go, both boats well above the committee boat ley line. And again, Engström coming around here, so Garetta will be able to cut him off. He is going to get the left-hand side now and get the lead in. And Engström will just go past him. He'll build some gauge so he can push Garetta. But you can see both boats well above the committee boat here. The committee boat just on the left-hand side of your screen. Engström in the red boat, pushing down now on Garetta, who is leading into the start boat. As we hit 1 minute to go for Flight 7, Match 1. Oh, that was close. There must have been millimetres in that. That was actually contact, I reckon. And that's what the crew is calling for there. So a small nick by the Swedes, maybe. Question will be, did the umpires see it or hear it? But it's Engström now locked to windward. Garetta will still want to push forward on him here. So question will be, where is his ley line for the committee boat? Engström a little bit rattled at the moment, but I can't see a protest. I can't see a flag off the committee of the umpire boat yet. So Engström having to circle out. He'll be late for this start box. Garetta super slow though. But you can see how these boats are approaching this line. It's very much a boat bias at the moment here. And it's going to be a beautiful start to the French. Both teams undefeated so far in this regatta. I think Engström was quite lucky not to get a penalty there as well. It looked bloody close to my eyes. But Garetta here, to windward and ahead. Both boats tracking up to the yellow top marker here and to that favoured left-hand side. So it is Goretta leading in the blue boat against Engstrom in the red boat. And both boats still going to the left-hand side as we join match number 2. So we have Rory Finnegan in the yellow boat. He's just come across the top of the committee boat end. He is up against Marcelo Torre. So both these guys at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Both looking to get a point on the board. And as we've seen through most flights so far, match number 2 is going to the green marker. So that is signalling a slight right-hand shift. It's also probably to spread apart the matches slightly with this racetrack. But Torre, who entered from the yellow, no dial up from these boats, so the pin end is down. So both boats will be trying to win that committee boat end. But Torre easily being able to cross to leeward here, with Finnegan now trailing in the green boat, what looks like to be behind. And with 3 minutes to go here, Torre doing his first circle. So only worry from these two boats now is they're very deep in the box. You can see the way that they're running away from the start line. Not the best circle there from Torre, but he'll escape out of here nonetheless. You can see he's doing the smart thing now, dragging the game back up the pre-start box. So the graphics here slightly off on what we're actually showing. It is Torre versus Finnegan. Torre going for his second circle here with 2:10 to go, and he's got himself in a good position against the Irish team now. So the Irish will struggle to jibe. Both boats well past the committee boat ley line. Finnegan now going head to wind and trying to get a backward circle in. So he's managed to get the tack in. But I imagine Torre's probably gone inside him here with 150 to go. He's going to keep the pressure on him. So we are watching here Finnegan as the yellow boat. He is up against Marcelo Torre. Both boats above the committee boat ley line. 128 to go. And Finnegan has a little bit on here. You can see the orange pin end just off the left-hand side of the skipper who's standing up. So he will need to watch that pin ley line, but they still do have a while to go. 1:10 to go here. Torre in the yellow boat trailing. And 1 minute to go for these guys as we head into Flight 7, Match 2. Torre trying to push him down the line here. And Finnegan doing an okay job here. He has pushed into windward. Oh, he won't want to use that much rudder. He's going to be now stuck here. So Torre is going to push through to leeward. And Finnegan is the giveaway boat here. 30 seconds to go. Torre's done a good job of pushing forward here. He'll control the speed build into the line. So the question will come down to the ley line. Finnegan was quite aggressive with getting that windward position, so they must be pretty close. Okay, both boats tacking, so they will be close to this pin ley line. That's what they've been watching for. And did I hear a second hooter then? I'm not sure if I did. Clear start from the boats here, so Torre will get off the line. Again, not quite sure why Finnegan was so eager to stop his boat in that windward position. It's just given Torre the ability to speed build. There was quite an advantage at the committee boat end, but Torre has absolutely pumped him off the start line. So Torre and Goretta getting great starts against their opponents. Match 1, we're going to see two teams who are currently undefeated. And in match 2, two teams who are currently defeated are going to try and get on the board. Okay, we rejoin now across the committee boat here for match 3. It is Jeppe Borch entering from the right-hand side. He's up against Sweden's Jonny Berntsson. Berntsson again going very low here, looking like they won't get an intersection and he'll get the leeward cross and escape the dial-up. So again, a clear advantage at the committee boat end. Borch has already jibed onto port and is jibing back now just to get behind him. So both boats will be fighting for that windward end. Jonny currently on 2 wins out of 3 so far. Borch getting his first win on the board in that last race against Torre. And with 3 minutes to go, plenty of time in this pre-start to work out what the course is doing. Okay, so we've got a blue penalty here on Berntsson. Boats were not close to one another, so it'll be interesting to find out exactly what that penalty was from. There was some yelling from Borch. Borch going back for round 2 by the look of it. And Borch using his speed to get to the leeward of Berntsson. Not the most aggressive push, so he just wants to bring Berntsson back towards the committee boat here. Both boats will be early for their final approach. Still super close from both boats here as they turn back upwind. Berntsson got to be lucky not to go through head to wind here, but he will get onto port. So Berntsson still getting controlled here by Borch. Borch being very aggressive. He's got that penalty in hand, so he's happy to push. Green flag from the umpires. And Berntsson now really struggling to get out of this. Both boats really want this committee boat end. It is a big bias to the committee boat. Couple of skippers struggling with their tillers at the moment. 1 minute to go, so matches 2 and 3 are going to the green mark. But you can see here a huge advantage to the committee boat end. It's probably 3 or 4 boat lengths, so it's a must-win right at the moment. And Borch is going to get this, so he's going to try and... Oh, he's swinging just inside him here. Millimeters between the boats. But Borch being the aggressor here against Berntsson. So Borch will win the committee boat end. Berntsson will control the speed build. As both boats start here, so it's Goretta who has just come through the finish line. He's going to take out match 1 in flight 7. But here in match number 3, Jonny Berntsson in the purple boat, black shirts, have done a good job. Both boats wanting the right, but he's made Borch really pay for it. But Berntsson is carrying that penalty. Surprising Borch has held on for this long. He will be affected by Berntsson. And as you can see now, Borch rolling into attack. And Berntsson happy to go with him. So Berntsson will try and keep this racing close. And in the background there, that was Goretta, who got a comfortable win over Engstrom. So between those two boats, Goretta now goes to 4 wings. Engstrom remains on 3. And in match number 2, it is Marcello Torre who has a huge lead over Rory Finnegan from Ireland. Both these teams yet to get on the board yet, so Torre will be happy with this race. So you can see here in the graphic, Torre, the most right-hand starboard boat going upwind. You've got Finnegan still coming through the gate. Whilst in our feature match here, Borch and Bernson had a close first intersection here. Borch still holding on to this right-hand side. And it will be interesting to see who comes out at this next cross. The left-hand side has been paying as we've got round to this southeasterly breeze. Both boats now on port tack as Borch comes back for the second intersection on leg 1. Just coming into frame there is Torre tacking to leeward of Borch. He'll try and stay out of the way of this match. He's got a very comfortable lead over Finnegan. And to my eye, Borch's team fully hiking here. You can see the guy over the side. And he has a comfortable lead now. It's probably out to 30-40 metres. And a penalty in hand. So slight right-hand shift here. Reminder, these boats are going to the green marker. And Bernson will tack just to windward of his line. Both boats on ley line for the top mark here. We are going to try and get one more race in after this to complete the day. But as we come to the top, it is Borch who is going to undertack. He is racing the purple boat, still coming upwind. We've got Marcello Torre stuck in the middle. Torre out in front by a long way over Rory Finnegan. But Jeppe Borch in match 3 will lead Jonny Bernson. Bernson just coming to the mark now. Very thin ley line again, so that will make him slow. Still has that penalty in hand. Pretty tidy set from the team though. But not a lot he can do here. So a 3-boat match race. We've got Marcello Torre from match 2 stuck in the middle of these two guys. But it is Borch with a comfortable 50-metre lead over Bernson in the blue spinnaker here. So I imagine Borch will just bring it right down to this ley line before jibing. Probably looking for a left-hand turn to keep the right side on the upwind course. We are now looking downwind towards Macao. And Borch now going for the jibe. He is racing the first blue spinnaker here. Torre, bottom of your screen here, racing the blue spinnaker at the top course. Big win for Torre finally. So Borch going jib up, and he will go for that left-hand turn. So 6 knots here at the moment on the racetrack. Still very light conditions for day 1. And Borch going for the early tack here. So indicating still a big right-hand shift. All boats are probably spending 80% of their time on starboard tack up to this top mark. And it's his opponent, Jonny Berntsen, just going behind him now. So, Jonny Berntsen from Sweden, he's got 2 wins on the board so far. Got a lot of work to do to try and get to 3 points for this race. But Borch now out to 70 metres. And Borch will lead him back out to this right-hand side. So this race basically sewn up already now. Berntsen still with that penalty in hand. So to recap our results so far from Flight 7 in Match 1, Ian Goretta had a great start against Oskar Engström from Sweden. Both teams undefeated so far in this regatta. Goretta now holding the lead on 4 wins. In Match 2, we had the 2 defeated teams so far sitting at the bottom of the table. Finnegan from Ireland and Torre from Western Australia. Torre coming out on top again after a punishing start. And now in race number 3, we've got another big lead to the Danish team. This will bring Borch up to 2 wins from 4 starts. That'll keep him tied with Berntsen at least heading into the final race of the day. So Borch now tacks for the top mark. And Borch now on the run for home. Okay, not the greatest set from the team. The tack didn't get on properly there. You can see it just trawl in the water. It is only day 1 for these teams in the boat, so they'll be looking to try and tidy that up as the week progresses, but not the greatest set from Borch. He's under no pressure whatsoever from his opponent though, so he will survive this. And after 7 races so far, we'll hopefully get 1 more in. We're just about to tick over 4 p.m. local time here, but it's been a great first day here in Macau. Early breeze out of the east for the first group of sailors. We're now round to the predicted southerly, where it hasn't as increased as we were hoping, but tomorrow's forecast is looking really good. Again, breeze is looking like it's going to stay around to this south. And we are hoping anywhere between 7 to 15 knots. So we should have great conditions for tomorrow's racing. The race committee doing a very good job so far to get all this racing underway. We're now 7 races into the 22 race qualifying series. And the 12 teams representing 7 nations will all be trying to get through to the next stage. Currently scheduled for Friday afternoon with the quarterfinals. So it's one final jibe here for Borch coming into the finish line. And again, nothing that Johnny can do but follow. So the end of flight 7, Goretta, Torre and Borch all getting on the board. We will have a short break here before we hope to get into the final race of the day for the 2026 Macao Match Cup.
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, and I'm with you always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Danny, you just proved that for us because he's not the fastest and now the notion.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽造灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
八甲巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名。
Okay, we're back here for the final race of the day. It is Flight 8 of the qualifying stage for the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We've got 22 of these in total to complete over the next 3 days. But right now we're going to get back into Flight 8 Match 1, where we have Oscar Engström from Sweden. He enters from the committee boat or right hand side of the start line. He's up against Marcello Torre from Western Australia. Torre just got on the board for his first win of the race, whilst Oscar just had his first loss of the regatta up against Ian Goretta. So 4 minutes now as both boats entered. We'll see if this start line has been squared up. The blue boats were getting across to leeward quite early and not going into the dial-up phase, but we'll see what's happened with the breeze now. We are around to the south-southeast, and it has built a little bit up to 9 knots we can see on the racetrack right now. So beautiful conditions for the last race of the day. Both boats now into the dial-up here. Engström just on the right-hand side here. So quite good gauge between the boats. Again, Oscar's done a very good job of this dial up. So both boats will have the option of just holding here. Torre is going to have to try something to get out of it. Line's a little more square now. We are going to the top mark. So by the graphic here, it actually looks like slight bias to the pin end, but we'll wait to confirm that. Both boats now just backing up. Oscar doing a good job of opening the gauge here. Torre now bails out onto port tack, so he will get going forward first. Really good acceleration there from Torre, actually. Holy dooly, that was like a jet. Torre doing a very good job of getting out of that. Oscar just being slightly slow. So Torre now pushing back upwind slightly. Two minutes to go now. Torre will be making his decision in the next 15 seconds or so. We're expecting him to be jibing across here. Oscar's placing himself down there to try and block it, but that will put him in a good position to swing up on the inside of him here. So Torre's got to make a call soon. He's getting quite late in the pre-start. 1:35 to go. And Oscar is going to go inside him here. So both boats well above the starboard ley line. Expecting a hard push here from Torre. Umpire boat's just about to get in the way of him. But Torre got a lot of work to do to push this back down the line here. Both boats looking like they're trying to fight for the committee boat end. Torre in the yellow boat. Still needs to be pushing. 1 minute to go here. So Engstrom doing a very good job. Both boats above the starboard ley line still. Engstrom down to leeward and ahead. But the question will be, where is this ley line for the committee boat? Can Torre get a start in here? Up to 9 knots on the racetrack from 150, so it's pretty much where we think it was going to be for the top marks. Okay, committee boat's just coming into frame here, so Torre is just going to get out of jail. And now to be a question about who will be doing the split tack start. So both boats really wanting this right-hand side here. Oscar's going to be very close to being OCS here. He's done a very good job. Can he kill the time to the committee boat? I don't think he can here. He's going to be over. Gun goes. OCS for the yellow boat. Engstrom is over. Oh, and he's about to T-bone Torre. Okay, it's full panic stations for the Swedes. They have wiped off all their speed here. They're still not back. And that is a huge advantage to Torre off the line. So, unforced error there by Engstrom. Really put himself under far too much pressure for that committee boat end. Still indicating that that committee boat must be quite biased. But Torre is going to take it while he can. So Engstrom now on port, just off the committee boat in frame here, going upwind. Torre in a commanding position out on this left-hand side. So this will now be a boat speed race between the two Swedish and Western Australian team. Now on to match 2. We have Rory Finnegan from Ireland, who has just come across the committee boat. He is up against Jeppe Borch from Denmark. So again, you can see from this shot here, the committee boat is slightly biased. Not as much as it was in the last flight. But both these teams, Rory Finnegan yet to get on the scoreboard, so we'll be hoping to get a win over Borch in the final race for today. Borch very aggressively early on getting out of this dial up. He wants to get out to that right hand side. And Finnegan just matching him now. So Borch in the controlling position. Both of these boats will be going to the green marker. So a right hand shift has been indicated from the race committee boat. And Finnegan won't be able to get that jibe in. So both boats now heading away from the start line on port tack. Borch in a very good position here. He's just going to stay in sync with Finnegan. He won't want to get overlaps. Though Finnegan will want to put the boat head to wind shortly. He is just running away from the start line at the moment. Not a lot of options between the boats. Borch now slowing his boat down. Finnegan needs to do more work here to stop his boat. Borch in a commanding position here. Both boats probably at least 35-40 seconds away from the start line. 150 to go, so Borch will just control him here. Finnegan really needs to put the boat head to wind here and stop it. 1:40 to go, so they're almost racing back to the start line. It won't be a lot of kill for Borch when he heads back here. Both boats now head to wind. Borch will look to hold this for another 20 seconds or so before he goes. But Finnegan almost stopped here, so Borch moving slightly far forward here. Quite an aggressive stop. So Finnegan will get behind him. Surprised Borch didn't actually get onto port earlier. He will be okay here, but could have done that better. You can just see how slow these boats and how long it takes to re-accelerate. So Finnegan now leading back towards the start line, only a minute to go. Borch there really could have done that better to get across and lead back towards the start line. "45 seconds to go, and Borch now almost having to go behind Finnegan. We'll wait to see where this committee boat is. Finnegan's gone quite deep here, so Borch might be let off the hook. So 20 seconds to go. These guys are still coming into the start line. Finnegan now trailing. So again, another unforced error by these teams. And Borch will control the speed build. Finnegan's probably going to get the favoured right-hand side, but he's going to pay for it. And it's Borch now with 5 seconds to go. He's bringing the bow down. He's scared of being over. The gun goes, and Finnegan bails out on port tack. So really both boats there handing it back to one another. Borch really could have done a better job in that initial part of the lead back. But Finnegan obviously wanting that right-hand side. And Borch now tacking over. He's done enough leverage, and we can see here just off screen on the left-hand side, Finnegan's also going back, so there'll be an intersection between match 2 shortly. But we're now watching match number 3 here. So Yoni Bernson will be coming in from the committee boat end. He is up against the undefeated Ian Goretta. As match number 3 now enters the start box. Bernson on the right, Goretta on the left. Breeze now anywhere between 7 to 10 knots, so perfect final conditions for flight number 8. And we can just see here we've got split screens between the two matches. So Bernson just in the dial up, he's against Ian Goretta. And on our left hand side we can see Rory Finnegan there, just had an intersection with Borch. So match 2 is completely even at their first cross. And Finnegan will just get back up to speed and come straight back. So they must be getting close to that starboard ley line. But in match number 3 here, Yoni Bernson in the purple boat to windward up against Ian Goretta. Currently the one of only 2 undefeated teams. The French having a very good first day here in Macau. And both boats now reversing down. We remember last match, Yoni got into a bit of strife doing this, so see if we will do it better this time. But again, he's backing that jib to windward. So Goretta just avoiding the pin end here. But Yoni learning from his mistakes from the last race. The gauge now slowly opening between the two boats. Goretta with a little bit of work to do here. Surprised he's not actually trying to swing the boat around the other way and get out of this. But both boats will back all the way up. Goretta doing a better job against Yoni Bernson here. And he's just getting in the lee of Bernson now. You can see that main just trying to flick back on him. But Goretta will continue to close the gauge here between the boats. Bernson always at risk. but both boats below the pin ley line. So Goretta, his only worry here will be where he ends up on this ley line. 1:33 to go. Berntsen trying to keep the gauge open as much as he possibly can. And we get into an interesting situation here when both boats drop their main. Berntsen's got to make sure he doesn't get his bow too far down towards Goretta. But 1:10 to go, so approaching probably the starboard boat ley line. Berntsen now bails. And he keeps clear of Goretta, so Goretta's going to keep backing out and around him here. 1 minute to go. And Berntsen is just going to sit up head to wind here. So both boats on the committee boat ley line. Berntsen happy to kill probably 10 seconds here before he goes back down below Goretta. $35 seconds to go. Goretta really trying to push up to the start line here. He doesn't have too much time to kill. Berntsen now in the windward position. So Goretta really wants this right-hand side here. Could have very easily got the hook then. But he's showing what he wants. Berntsen very close to an overlap here. Whoa, that's going to be close. So Berntsen now going out right. And we have the finish of Torre coming in here. So Torre's going to get the win. By the looks of it, we can't see where Engstrom is, but Torre's just finished match number 1. And match number 3 here, we've had Jonny Berntsen go off the right-hand side. He is on port tack, both boats splitting. He is up against the undefeated Ian Goretta, currently the regatta leader on 4 points. And we can see just in the background there, that is Finnegan of Ireland, who is trailing Borch. Bit of a sloppy rounding by the Irish team here. But back on board for match number 3, Ian Goretta, our left-hand side of the screen, against Jonny Berntsen, the young French team Med Racing, currently undefeated. Ranked number 4 in the world. So they're coming back here, but it is going to be Jonny who is out in front. So this breeze still playing havoc on everybody. But Jonny's team fully hiking over the side of the boat, so it's just a pressure difference between the boats. The angle is shifting backwards and forwards. But get another 2 knots of wind and you can point a lot higher in these boats. So Jonny there with a comfortable 5-length lead. He's probably out to 30-40 metres. And in the background, it looks like it is Borch out in front over Finnegan. And Goretta now coming back on starboard, so we can see the right hand of the screen here on board Jonny Berntsen. In the background, we've got match 2 going around the top mark. What we think is Borch out in front over Finnegan. But match number 3 here, they are going to the yellow marker, so Jonny has not overlaid here yet. He will be tacking slightly soon into the top mark, and here he goes. Another slight gain to the boat on the right-hand side here. So Jonny was out to about a 5 or 6 length lead. He had quite a good lead coming across when he crossed them on starboard. But Goretta is going to get a little bit of a comeback here. Jonny will carry better speed into this top mark. Goretta's got to do a tack set. But Jonny Berntsen will lead the French team around the top mark. Not a bad set by the Swedes, as Goretta now gets in there 14 seconds behind. And this will be the first time that the French team has trailed at the top. And as we can see, Goretta currently undefeated so far in this regatta. He's on 4 points. So not a great set from Goretta. Kite didn't make it to the top. They've got it to the top of the halyard of the mast now. That'll give another slight advantage to Burnson. He's pushed himself down to leeward, so he will be in a good position when it comes to jibing. But Burnson here looking to take the first race win off the French team. And this will be the final race of the day. So in match number 1, it looked like Torre, who had a commanding lead off the start line. It looks like he's held on to it for the racetrack. We'll confirm that result shortly. And in match 2, Borch and Finnegan from Ireland had a great first upwind leg, but Borch currently on 2 wins. Looked like he may have extended out to get his third. And here in match number 3 is the first downwind leg for Burnson and Goretta. Burnson out in front. And he will take the left-hand marker looking upwind. Goretta now coming to the left-hand mark, so it's going to be quite an even split at the bottom. They were 14 at the top. He's maybe got out to 16 here, but it wasn't a fast rounding by Burnson. He's gone quite wide on that as well. And Goretta, that top right hand of the course, has come into play for a couple of teams. That is what he'll be hoping for. Teams here under a weight limit of 350 kilos. You can see them with a team of 4 on board the French team. And it's a beautiful afternoon breeze here in Macau. We're just about to wrap up day 1 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We've had a light easterly breeze transition into the south, with all 12 teams now having some races under their belts. The second group out to 6 races, while the opening group only got 3 in. But plenty of racing to go over the next 2 days. And it is Burnson still here leading Goretta. They're coming to the yellow marker, so it's going to be 2 tacks still for Burnson, and he goes early here, so he wants to carry some speed into that top mark. Goretta going out one more time. He did get a slight gain out of the top right, coming into the top for the first time. But you've got to say Burnson looking strong here as he now tacks into the top mark for the final time. This is the final race of the day for day 1. 8 races of our 22 race qualifying stage now complete. And looking ahead to tomorrow, we should have a beautiful southerly breeze throughout the day, probably starting at around 6 knots and building to 15. So Burnson on the run to the finish line and back to the bar. As Goretta comes round, better set this time by the French team. But the final race of the day will see Goretta getting his first loss of the regatta. Boats travelling nicely downwind now, 7 to 9 knots. Perfect conditions for these boats in flat water. And Jonny Bernsen looking to try to get his third point on the board. So Bernsen coming down to this right-hand corner. A few waves on the boat right now. You can see the boat pitching a little bit. But Bernsen coming straight down to this bias committee boat end. Not long till he jibes into the finish line. And for the final jibe of the day is the end of day one of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. And it's going to be the French out on top with Ian Garetta heading home with 4 wins and 1 defeat. Aurelien Perroz, the only team now undefeated on 3 wins. So the French having a very solid first day here. The Irish, Kiwis and some of the Australians still got a bit of work to do. Finnegan unable to score on the opening day with the likes of Pico, Egnott Johnson and Tapper and Torre on 1 win at the moment. But it's been a good opening day. We've managed to complete 8 races out of 22 so far. The race committee's got to be happy with that. And that will conclude our broadcast for day 1 of the 2028 Macao Match Cup. We hope to see you all again tomorrow.
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
南南到，深仔到。何公圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前面。鄭家大屋咧係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第1座西式劇院。This is our temple.
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門3大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧已經有供奉媽祖。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, and I'm with you always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
But Danny, you just proved that for us because he's not the fastest and now demoted.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水